Did.
Hey, look at this. Where do these little guys come from? What country?
I got those a long time
No, I just now noticed them. Detail person.
Good morning. Today's date is July 21st, 2016. This is the Volusia County Council meeting, and this is our public participation section of our meeting. Ms. Zimmerman, is there any public participation this morning?
No, sir.
Very well. Unless somebody jumps up, which I see none, we will take a recess then and close the public participation section, and we will reopen and convene at 9 o'clock for our regular county council meeting. We are in recess.
See you later, Josh.
Good morning, everybody. If the chambers could please come to order. At this time, if you have a cell phone, iPad, or other noise-making devices, if you could please mute them or turn the volume down to vibrate.
Mr. Chair, can we hold on 1 second, please?
Yes, 1 second.
Jeff?
We're still on the record, though. We're always on the record, yes. Yes, Ms. Dennis.
Okay, we're good, thank
We're
you.
good? Okay. Very well. This morning's invocation will be presented by Jocelyn Williamson. Is that Jocelyn?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
There I am.
Jocelyn Williamson of the Central Florida Free Thought Community. If the council would please rise.
Okay. Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Helen Keller. Thank you, Chairman Davis, council members, staff, and the community for the opportunity to offer opening words for this morning's meeting. Today, as we pause before we begin the meeting, let us remember to check our personal conflicts at the door. The purpose of this meeting is to benefit the more than 500,000 people of this county. Sure, this is a room in which there can be challenging debates, moments of tension and of ideological divisions, but let us remember this room contains fellow members of our wonderfully diverse human family with shared values, needs in common, and similar hopes and dreams. Let us cherish and celebrate our shared capacity for reason and human compassion. It is our similarities that move us forward, and our ability to recognize the value and worth of our entire community, as well as the dignity of each individual, that makes us great. Wisdom is often called for as these meetings begin. So remember, all the knowledge needed is already right here in the chamber. Your fellow commissioners, the hardworking county staff, as well as citizens and business owners have come along to serve with you and to be a resource to be called upon. As American Hall of Fame basketball player and former U.S. Senator Bill Bradley said, respect your fellow human being, treat them fairly, disagree honestly, enjoy friendship, explore thoughts candidly, work together for a common goal, and help one another to achieve it. Thank you.
If everyone would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. And if you would please come forth, Ms. Jocelyn. Okay, if we may have a roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Daniels?
He is out of the chambers, but he is in the building. He'll be here directly.
Thank you. Ms. Denny's? Mr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Anderson? Here. Mr. Wagner? Ms. Cusack? Mr. Davis?
I am present.
All present.
We do have a quorum. Okay, we will now go to the polling of the consent agenda items. The staff has pulled item 22 for discussion and for editing on the record. Item 13 and 14 is being pulled by the county manager, and we are making that a time specific of 1:55 this afternoon because there are people that want to talk about that item and they won't be able to be here till 1:55, so we're pulling it and making it a time specific. So with those three items pulled, Ms. Denny's?
No, Mr. Chair, I was going to pull 13 also, but we're going to talk about it. I was actually going to table it. I don't know if we make a motion to do that now. Can we do that in the agenda, just to pull it completely?
Yes, you can, it can be pulled to, it can be pulled.
And
It would,
But we
excuse-
would
point
do
of
that
order,
after.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, on, it would have to be postponed to a time certain, another time. You can't table it. That would be out of order.
that
So
would,
if you-
I understand what you're saying. Okay, we'll let the time certain at 1:55.
Yeah, and that would
remain.
probably be the appropriate
Then I'll
time
make a
to,
comment.
to
Okay. Thank you.
table it if necessary. Mr. Daniels, any consent agenda items you'd like pulled? None. Okay. Let's see, now we go to Mr. Lowry,
None.
Mr. Patterson, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Kuzak. Okay, items 13, 14, time specific, 1:55 this afternoon. Item 22, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the remaining consent agenda items.
My motion for approval of the remaining items. Do I hear it? I hear a second, Mr. Lowry. Thank you. Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. So carried unanimous. All right, we will now move on to open order of business, open a public hearing, and this is the final public hearing on the amendments to the Volusia County Home Rule Charter proposed by the Charter Review Commission. Resolution scheduling referendum. Mr. Deneen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Both Tammy and Donna are here to explain the process. This is the third of the required public hearings. And then I believe that Dan's already prepared legislation, so you can put this on the ballot. Tammy, Donna?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Donna Butler, Community Services Director with Tammy. We're here to present the third and final. We have Frank Bruno here, member of the Charter Review Commission, who is willing to respond to any questions that you might have. There is a resolution that you need to adopt today, putting these three amendments on the ballot.
And any further staff report on that matter? Nothing? Okay. Yeah, you might want to get up, Frank. Good morning. Good to see you again, Frank. Do you have any
I'll
comments?
earn my pay for today.
Okay, please, you have the floor, Mr., our past county council chair and good friend, Mr. Bruno.
Chairman, members of the county council, I just want to thank you for all your support in this process. I want to thank the county attorney's office and the county manager's office and all of their staff that's done a fabulous job. And on behalf of the whole Charter Review Commission, the chairman, Hyatt, who's not able to be here, and Glenn Ritchie, the vice chair, I want to say thank you. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, and thank you again for all you've done.
Thank you.
And Ms. Kuzak, you have a question, or do you want to continue, you want a comment from Mr. Bruno here?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. To former Council Chair Bruno, I say thank you to the Charter Review Commission for what you have done. You have been expedient in preparing a document that I think that the citizens now have the opportunity to engage and make the decision. Your work is done, and let me applaud all members of the committee for the excellent manner in which you have carried out your charge. We thank you on behalf of the council. And at this time, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion.
We can't, we have to finish the public, go through the remainder of the order of business, and the council discussion is at the end. We haven't had any public discussion or nothing.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I would just ask that you call for any public comment.
I was getting ready to do that.
And close the hearing, and then Councilmember
Exactly.
Kusak's motion would be in order.
Correct.
Thank you.
That's where I was going. All right, any other staff report? Okay, seeing none, we will close the staff reporting section. Open up public participation. Is there any public participation, Ms. Zimmerman?
No, sir.
Good music. I like that. All right, well, we will now close the public participation section of our public hearing and close the public hearing and open up the council discussion. Ms. Kuzak, you still have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once the members of the council, if they have any comments, I will make the motion following their comments. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, you were there, now you're gone. Are you there, Mr. Deneen?
I would like to make a comment. I'll wait till after the council members are done if they have a comment first.
Okay, I don't,
I'll just-
there we go, Mr. Lowry, how
I
you
just,
doing?
I just want to say real quickly, I know that in Deltona, we went sort of through the same process. And I think it speaks highly that we have a outstanding charter that when a group sits down and a talented group like this sits down and goes over it, that, you know, there's just a couple things. One of them was the housekeeping issue. And the other ones were pretty minor. So I think it speaks highly of the charter that we have. Thank you.
Very well, and I could agree. And thank you again, Frank, for all you've done there. All right, Ms. Kuzak, you have the floor again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, on behalf of the entire council, I would propose the motion that the third public hearing on the amendment to Volusia County Home Rule Charter proposed by Charter Review Commission resolution scheduled for a referendum.
Okay, there is a motion of approval and the scheduling for the resolution scheduling referendum. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Patterson is the second. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed. And so carried, 7-0, unanimous. And so now we've passed the referendum, it now goes, or we passed the resolution, now it goes to the referendum. Am I correct, Mr. Daniels? Mr. Eckhart?
That'll be
Yeah,
on
you
the,
too. Is that all right with you too? It's okay with Doug. too.
on the, it'd be, the effect of the resolution is to call a special election concurrent with the general election on November 8th.
Okay, so we will, all right. So I guess with that then, do you have any further comments, Mr. Deneen? I know you've been flashing the light on and off, on and off.
Only to say, I want to thank everyone that served on the charter review, to give it their time like that. They spent a lot of time reviewing the charter. Number two, I want to thank the council members for how serious they took this in terms of who they appointed to that group. I think it's one of the best groups I've ever seen in terms of people that were highly qualified to review the most important thing we deal with, which is the charter. And obviously, I want to echo what Mr. Lowry said. You know, it's a very serious thing, I think, to the citizens, very serious to me. My profession exists because of that nature of that kind of charter. That's a manager form of government with manager council form of government. And that I believe that it's the best of American democracy in terms of how to make local government work. So obviously I have a vested interest because I do believe in it, and I want to say how much I appreciate the hard work that went into it. And I think Mr. Lowry has a good point. I came here, Mr. Lowry, because of the charter. And I think the fact that you need to maybe tweak it to keep up with the times is not the same as a wholesale change when it's not necessary. I think it's been a long time coming. I think it's been tweaked a lot since 1970. And I think it's a wonderful document. I think that the citizens have a right to be proud of it. And I think that we were well served by the group that reviewed it. And I once again want to thank the council for the thoughtfulness in who you picked and asked, and all the people that did agree to be on it, because I think it's an honor to be on it. And I think it's one of the most important things that I've been part of since I've.
Well, thank you. And without further ado, I guess we will move on to item number 2. Thank you very much, everybody. And
Mr. Chair?
yes, Mr. Patterson.
I just want to say that now that the charter review is over, and Mary Bruno is retiring after 40-some years at her job, now it's time that you guys go take a break, will you?
Yes, go on a cruise or somewhere. Go. Thank you, Frank. All righty, we're going to move on to item number 2, retirements. Charles Josephson, Corrections Administrative Service Manager, is retiring from Corrections Division on June 30th after 35 years of dedicated service. It says, Joanne Magley. you have
Good
the floor.
morning. Joanne Magley, Community Information Director, and at this time I'd like to ask Chuck and his wife to come forward. Mark Flowers will begin our comments, followed by Dr. Marilyn Chandler Ford.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the County Council. Mark Flowers, Acting Corrections Director. Today, I brought a small group of corrections folks with us. We had to leave a few back to hold the store down. But we're here to recognize and honor Chuck Josephson, who has been a dedicated employee of this great county for the past 35 years. If you look up the words commitment and dedication in the Webster, Chuck's picture is next to both of those. Chuck was hired on July 6, 1981 to conduct inmate intake interviews after receiving his college degree from the University of Florida. That's the same year I got my high school diploma, just saying. When Chuck was hired, there was a large backlog of inmates waiting to be classified after new legislation was passed requiring that all inmates receive the classification. When Chuck got there, the classification system was still in cardboard boxes. And in fact, there was so much work that needed to be done, his peers were making bets under the table to see how long Chuck was going to last. They said that he wouldn't last beyond 2 weeks. They were wrong. Chuck's been here for a long time. Over the years, Chuck served as a case manager, case management supervisor, and eventually as the Corrections Administrative Services Manager, responsible for conducting research and developing and distributing reports. Chuck was very instrumental in the numerous system upgrades and the biggest implementation of the jail management system, which is still being used today. Chuck's retirement plans, according to what he told me, will be, he will start with his honey-do list that his wife Cheryl has been developing over the years. Chuck did want us to know that once he completes his honey-do list, that he and his wife will be enjoying retirement, which will include the Florida Gators, golf, and more golf. But most importantly, there are 2 sets of twin grandchildren. Chuck, as I mentioned before, several of your friends came, several others wanted, and we just wanted to say thanks for a job well done.
Thank you.
May God continue to bless and watch over you and your family, and please enjoy your retirement. You've earned it.
Thank you.
Now I would like to introduce Dr. Marilyn Chandler Ford.
Good morning, Council. I'm Marilyn Chandler Ford, Corrections Director. I noticed that Mr. Flowers talked a lot about golf. What I would say is about 10 years ago, the Corrections Division had several 3 years worth of golf tournaments, and we would do it for charity and give the funds. 2 of those years, I was Chuck's partner. Obviously, we've both lived to tell about it. But I will say, I'll end the story by saying no trips to the emergency room were required. Might have been planned, but advisable, but were required. I'd like to speak about Chuck as a person, as a man. His dedication and loyalty and regard and respect for people are things he brought into the workplace every day. Aside from intelligence and the ability to follow instructions, those are critical attributes of an employee. There were times he was frustrated. He never showed it. He was exceedingly loyal to the division, to the county. I trusted him to represent the division in my stead many places. I first met him 21 years ago. His dedication was the type, when he went on vacation, he handled not only research but computers, and we know those can go awry. He'd say, give me a call if you need something. Oftentimes we did. He was always available during the CJIS implementation. He worked countless hours. But more than that, everybody that worked with Chuck understood and felt that he respected them, he gave them goodwill, he was a positive representative, and provided terrific customer service. Certainly, the county was fortunate to have him for 35 years. Wish we could clone him. I know that his replacement is doing a good job. You have earned this retirement, Chuck. Thank you, and thank you for your friendship.
Well, what else can I say? But those are very fine, kind words from Dr. Ford, and Director Flowers. I so much appreciate that. And, like I did, I started 35 years ago, 1981. I don't know where y'all were at 1981, but I was right down at the jail in DeLand, which closed in 1987. And it was an awful hot jail, so I was glad that we built the jail over on Red John. And it's been a very rewarding career. I mean, the challenges and the opportunities and the people that I worked with, everybody was so professional. I mean, I just enjoyed it so much. I mean, 25 years went by and I didn't even realize it. 25 years has already gone by, and then I said, wow, I might start thinking about retirement, but I worked another 10 years and enjoyed every bit of it. I mean, it's been a pleasure to work for the county. It's been an honor. You guys have been great. I know that to succeed is you work hard, you do what's right, you work with integrity, professionalism, and I hope that, as Dr. Ford said, I believe that I brought that to the county, and I thank you so much for the opportunity to work for the county for all these years, and thank you so much.
Why, thank you, sir. You know what? Haven't heard it yet today, but you know what? Congratulations. I think you need a round of applause for 35 years of service.
And I just want to mention, I've worked with Mr. Wagner and Ms. Kuzak on a lot of projects in public protection boards and substance abuse. It's been an honor working with these fine folks, and I just really going to go play some golf, and I love my two twin grandkids. Two are actually identical twins, so it's hard to tell them apart, but the only way to do it is the different colored earrings.
Oh, no, she's like, no, I don't want to talk. Oh, don't go anywhere.
Okay.
We do have county council and Ms. comments, and Ms. Denny's. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. I just want to thank you. 35 years, and as I'm listening to you, it's the saying, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And I use that a lot with the retirements, and it's obvious. Not only have you finished strong, it appears that you've gotten stronger through the years, and the challenges strengthened you, and you rose to that challenge, and this is why Volusia County is as strong as we are, because of employees. That almost seems like too small a word. Your commitment to what you did and how you served. I mean, talk about a servant leader and a servant's heart. I think from what I've heard, I've never worked with you, but obviously from what I'm hearing from your directors and those that support you, thank you for 35 years. I heard from both speakers the word dedication and commitment to detail. Because whenever you work, especially with a government bureaucracy, and we are, and that's what you do in fine detail, probably some of the strongest that we don't even want to know about. But it's that commitment to detail and success that's given you not just 35 years, but 35 strong years. And that's what strengthens us as leaders and gives me more confidence in what we do. And obviously, you've done it very well. Thank you. And those granddaughters, talk about a double blessing. How old are they?
Going to be 3 in August.
Both of them?
Yeah.
On the mic, sir. Sir, you have to be on the mic.
Yeah, we have 2 sets of grand twins. They were born 6 months apart, 2 different sons. 2 of them are identical twin girls. The other is a boy and a girl. And they're 2, and the twin grand girls are going to be 3 in August.
Wow, Christmas must be spectacular.
Yeah.
And enjoy your retirement. You have earned it, and very genuinely, thank you. And I'm hoping, and I assume that what you have done, that you have mentored those coming behind you to fill in your shoes. So thank you for a job. Very well done. Enjoy your years. And the honey-do list.
Yeah. I know.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Kuzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chuck, for all of your years of service. 35 years is quite a journey, and to stay that long in one institution is remarkable. And let me just say that you have been a dedicated servant. I've worked with you. I've had the pleasure of even going over to your facility to do a workshop on hepatitis B only once, and I said from now on they would have to come to risk management to have their training. But I want you to know how honored we are as a government to have employees like you, and to have done that with such dignity and expertise is a remarkable trait. And your shoes will be hard to fill, but hopefully that they will be so imprinted, your footprints, that they will step there and do well. Thank you so much. Take care of that honey-do list. And I share something with you guys because I have twin granddaughters. They are a joy. They're twice the fun, twice the trouble. What one doesn't think of, the other one does. And so you're going to have a wonderful journey with them. Enjoy every moment because all too fast they grow up. Mine are 12 years old now, and they have just been a joy of my life. And so as you go on your journey, may always the sun shine upon you and yours, and be eternally blessed. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Hudak.
Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Wagner?
As Chuck said, we've worked on a lot of boards over the years. As Dan Eckert has said multiple times, I'm high maintenance, which still pisses me off. But I am, so I accept it. But I pointed that out for a reason. All the times that I was on these boards, you know, I'm a question asker. I don't know if it's the attorney part of me. Chuck was always ready. I know at the last meeting you were missed, and I thought maybe he's sick. And I didn't put it together because I just always know you as Chuck, and I should have seen Charles on the agenda. But it's you were missed. I mean, acting Director Flowers did a great job with the stats. He was definitely ultra prepared for it. But it was interesting to not have you there, just because there's been so many that we've had through the last 8 years, and I'm departing at a similar time, so I guess we're both rolling out. But I've just enjoyed your friendship. I've enjoyed your work, and I think Joyce said it best. You really have been a shining example of a Volusia County employee. I can't think of a better example of what we would hope our employees to be like. I really do, and that's a legacy you leave. It's definitely something that I'll always remember, and I appreciate your friendship and your hard work, and I know it's hard. You had a job that traveled with you everywhere, and I know I see it a lot, and people talk, I don't want to be negative, but you hear the rhetoric of, government employees and the cush jobs and all this stuff, and it's when you're in it and you're surrounded by these people, and every day, they take their work home with them every night. And the pride as being a Volusia County employee, and I think that comes from the top down to the directors, to the employees, and the community should applaud you for your 35 years because you have been an amazing person. So thanks, Chuck.
Thank you.
I really
Mr. Wagner.
appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mr. Deneen?
Yeah, I'll just finalize by saying, from one veteran to another, Chuck, thanks for 35 years. I know what it is to put all that kind of time in. I will tell you that, maybe simply put, that he epitomizes why all of us are proud to be in public service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I'll sum it up before we take a short recess. I was in the Military Police Corps for 6 years, and I knew a lot of the corrections officers there, and having to take some of the bad people into the post detention center, you had one of the toughest jobs. These guys come in, they're off the street, they were either, there's only two ways to go to jail, nice or belligerent. And some of the ones that went in belligerent come in there, they're still wound up, and you had to deal with that. And that shows great integrity and great strength in what you've done for the past 35 years. I commend you for your resolve, and yeah, I was around in 91, and actually, in 81, yeah, I was around. I was in the Army in 81 too. So, but I also remember that all of our paper, it was all paper.
Yep.
Way back when, it was all paper. Our reports, our dropping them off, our chain of custody, everything was paperwork, and now it's all computers. and you had a monster of a job to digitize everything, and I commend you for that. And, you know, Ms. Ford, she took me into the jail and led me around. I got the tour. I was on the good side of the bars, and I think we met there. And what you were doing at that moment when I was there is you had like 7 or 8 of these guys were being processed in, and everything was very well organized, orderly, you know, and nobody was giving you any trouble. So I commend you, and congratulations on your retirement. Go enjoy your grandkids, and get the honey-do list first done. I'm sure she's in there, yeah, before you go play golf, okay? All right, with that, we will take a short recess for some photos, and we'll be in recess for a few minutes. Chambers could please come to order. Okay, for all those who have just joined us, we do have one request here that if you have a noise-making device, i.e. a cell phone, an iPad, whatever you have that may make noise during the meeting, if you could please silence it, turn it off, or put it on vibrate so it does not disturb the meeting. We appreciate that. Okay, we will now move on to confirmations of appointments. Mr. Deneen, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really am excited about the opportunity to bring forward 3 candidates for confirmation. This is a really important day for us. It's an important day for those candidates. We have Mr. Edward Clay Irvin, Mark Swanson, and Pat Bythewood. What I'm going to do is I'm going to talk and bring Clay forward. Clay? And I'm going to talk a little bit about Clay, and George is going to talk about the other 2 candidates. What we had recently was, we all know and love Kelly McGee that worked for Growth Management. She was the director. In fact, I was always proud of the fact that I got her to become director. Not everybody wants to become director of that department. It's a real task, okay, to balance all the issues that are involved in growth management. Kelly got another opportunity she wanted to take at this stage of her career. She took that job. The biggest problem for me is it creates an enormous hole in an organization that is extremely important to this government. Well, when she talked about moving on, there was really one person I was interested in talking to about taking over, and that was Clay. Clay has 29 years of professional experience. He's been a planner for various public and private agencies. Most recently, he's worked for Zeb Cohen. He was the planning director for Lassiter Transportation Group, as well as the City of Ormond Beach and the City of Port Orange. He's consultant to Flagler County for a revision and update of its comprehensive plan. He has an MS in Urban and Regional Planning, which I have my own master's in Urban and Regional Planning, so a little bias there. He has BS in Economics from Florida State, and he serves on numerous planning committees as well as United Way. He also was a factor on your Smart Growth Committee, worked on Farmington, and has had an enormous amount of experience. What I was looking for was someone with the experience and the maturity to run a really big department that is very complex, who knows how things work in the larger world, knows to look for other ideas, other places, but yet if I could find someone that had experience here locally that people were comfortable with. In addition to the experience he has, the thing that I really look for is he has a good reputation as being a fair person that's thoughtful and that's balanced. I will tell you, I also really like the fact that he's had a significant amount of experience in the private sector in the development area. We are going into a time, I think, of somewhat unprecedented when we're going to see growth in this community. And that growth has to be quality. It has to fit the rules. It has to protect the environment. But as we all know, we also need to get out of the way where we can and allow things to develop quickly so that we can make sure that people get jobs. Because jobs are opportunity to accumulate wealth and to have a better quality of life. It's better for this community. I need someone that will balance all those things. I talked to Clay about coming and joining us. He agreed. I think that's a credit to us because he had choice. I think that in today's world, government, if you're not well run and you're not stable, you don't attract the best. That's one of the reasons I think that Clay, want to come here, is because he's coming to a high quality, high professionally run organization that's stable with a view to the future and a dedication to providing good public service. So with that, Clay, if you'd like to make a few comments, and if the council would have any comments they'd like to to make, in regards to Clay, I'd appreciate that. But I think we feel that we are lucky that he is claimed or is willing to come work for us. And I think he will be the right person at the right time. Thank you.
You have the floor, Clay.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I look forward to this, and as Mr. Deneen identified, this is a unique opportunity. As someone who's been in planning and development and growth management since 1985 when I graduated from college, this is a situation where you don't really see it happen all that often. I don't have to move anywhere. I have a known entity. But most importantly, this is a very stable, very forward-thinking group of people. And I have to say, my job right now looks real easy because there's a lot of folks in place who are doing their job the best way they can. And they've got the tools and the resources to continue to do so. And I just don't want to mess that up. So I look forward to working with all of y'all. Again, you know, looking at George and with Mr. Deneen, I know I've got the support and direction I need, and I look forward to taking on the task of what's going to happen in the future.
Ms. Denny's?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Irvin, welcome.
Thank you.
When I heard about this, I was very pleased because so many times, right or wrong, governments and agencies, bureaucracies, we get dinged for not understanding the other side, and sometimes rightfully so. The other side of the day-to-day practicality of how business gets done in certain departments. Well, you bring with your experience that private industry experience, and I think that will serve our citizens well. It will serve the process well. It will certainly serve Volusia County well. I'm very happy you're on board of having worked with you in the past and seen how you have very successfully navigated some issues. So I respect that. But one thing I heard the manager say, he was looking for experience and maturity. That's code for like when we get really older. You know, we're more comfortable with hands-on experience. Sorry, Mr. Manager.
I'm a little biased.
Yeah, you could have, because that's the word I use with my grandchildren now, in your mature years.
Yes.
But very genuinely, we appreciate your mature years. It will serve us well in your experience and professionalism. And indeed, it's a balance that's tough to strike sometimes. So I look forward to you doing what you do and serving the citizens. Thank you so much. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I echo what Ms. Denny says, and I want to add to that, that, you know, when I first came on the council, a lot of our issues were zoning and land use and such like this. And Ms. McGee took me under her wing, and she said, okay, here's how this works. And she explained it to me in very simple language that anybody could understand, even me. And I did a lot of reading on zoning. And to this very day, even on this agenda we have here, we have zoning issues. It's constantly here. Mm-hmm. And so when Ms. McGee left, and I heard about her leaving, it was kind of a, you know, I'm glad she moved on and she's, you know, going another level in her career. But the manager is absolutely correct. It left a big hole, a huge vacuum. It just wasn't the same. You know, now who do we talk to? Who do we call? You know, I've worked with Kelly on a couple of our issues, and you know, we've gotten things straightened out, and I understand, and she sees where we're coming, and I'm glad you're here to fill that void, and you have the experience. And I'm not going to go down the years because you and I are about the same age, so we're not going there. Yes, yeah, I'm very mature. Pretty premature, yeah. I noticed you brought your daughter. You introduced your daughter earlier.
My youngest daughter, Jessie's out
Why don't
here.
you just stand up so you can be recognized? Good morning and congratulations.
Thank you.
Applaud her. How old's your daughter? She's 15. She's in county chambers being recognized in public. How embarrassed are you? Not? Oh, don't wait.
She's got me as a father. She's embarrassed a lot.
Okay.
You do know this is streamed live.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and you were on camera. Anyway, so welcome aboard. I look forward to work after this agenda. I'm sure we will be talking, and we will be working with more projects. And you being part of the public sector and part of the the private sector, I think this is a great fit. And welcome.
Mr. Chair, Clay, for everyone's sake, will be starting July 25th.
July 25th, another month.
Monday.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, this is not June. I'm sorry. Believe me, there's a lot going on in my little world that I'm like 2 months behind here.
That's
You are mature.
The election's in August, you do remember that.
Yeah, that's in like 6 months from now, right?
Plenty of time.
Yeah, I know.
Josh, I'll say it, that's the first to go. I said it first.
Hey, kid, chill out over there.
I'm going to hold them all back.
Thank you.
There's a
All
lot.
right, I'd like to move on now, if you don't mind. Mr. Oh, no. They've only just begun. When they start picking on me, you're next.
Thank you.
Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Clay was my appointment to the Smart Growth Committee. And I have almost forgiven you for dirt road subdivisions, but maybe not quite, but I'm pretty close. But it doesn't really matter because I'm not going to be here that much longer. But Clay, don't do it again. Thank you.
I warned you.
He had to get by me on that also, so that was discussed.
All right, Mr. Patterson.
Just want to say welcome to the family here, the whole big family. Are we going to take these up in one motion or each one separately? Do they need to be done?
I think you should do them separately, don't you, Dan?
All right, with that, I move approval of the confirmation of Edward Clayton, Clay Irvin, AICP Growth and Resource Management Director.
Second.
I have a motion for approval of confirmation and a second by Mr. Lowry. You still have the floor, sir? Mr. Patterson? You're done? Okay, very well. Motion on the floor. Mr. Wagner.
Just that you volunteered in so many things for county stuff. I thought you already worked here. So, just want to say thanks, man, for taking this gig. I really couldn't think of a better person right now for this. Thank you. Clay, I think it's great. I'm not going to be here much longer either. So you'll probably get phone calls and emails from me in a different capacity.
Fair enough.
But I think you'll do an excellent job. I really think Jim Deneen has put forth a great group of people.
Yes.
And I can't be prouder about county government right now from the top down. So good work, and thanks, Clay, seriously, for coming on board.
Appreciate it.
See, I warned you. When they start picking on me, you're next. Yeah. But, and Josh will only call you if somebody trips and falls on your property, so you're good. All right, with that, a motion for approval. Probably. Motion for confirmation with a second by Mr. Lowry. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Unanimous, carry. Welcome aboard.
Congratulations. As I said, Mr. Chair,
We have
George
two
will
more.
George will handle the next two candidates.
Okay, Mr. Rechtenwald.
Yes, first I'd like to bring up Patricia Bythwood for the one of our Public Protection Deputy Directors. Little history, Public Protection has over 900 employees, so it's practically a quarter of all the employees that work in county government are under this department. So it's a very large department, and because of that, it has we have two deputies rather than splitting it into multiple departments. We're trying to stay consolidated and work together. There's a lot of opportunity within these departments to share resources, and they do a great job. And actually, Pat's been a big part of that effort as we find common ways to purchase, common ways to work together, fire, evac, all the various things. They really interact. This department also, and you're going to see examples here, I mean, it's full of a lot of experienced people in all phases of public protection, and that should give everyone great comfort because, you know, we're a very experienced group. Most of the directors have 30 years of experience in these areas and often in multiple disciplines within the department. Pat comes to us. She started here in 2014. She came on as our operations manager. We were lucky to get her out of Orange County, where she had worked since 1988 in various jobs. A lot of her experience is fiscally related. She did a lot of budget management work down there. She also did human resources, community environmental services type work, very broad-based. She's a graduate of the University of Florida with a master's in public administration. Go Knights in her case, and Central Florida, and yeah.
I just hear Florida and I automatically assume, darn it. Sorry,
She's already been instrumental
Jason.
in some of the stuff that she's worked on, have been very instrumental in, is a recruitment with corrections, something that, when she got there, there were nearly 30 openings, and she's worked diligently coordinating that effort. She's upgraded a lot of the way we track and do things. She has already, established herself really as the gatekeeper. And in that department, thinking about this again, it's a large portion of your, of the general fund is in this department. And it's people like herself and Mr. Swanson and all the directors that allow the fiscal, I think, good news that we've been putting out recently has a lot to do with the hard work that these individuals have done. Pat is a gatekeeper. You're not going to buy anything. You're not going to do anything that's not correct or budgeted. She keeps an eye on that. So she's just been a wonderful addition, and I'm very excited to have her recommend her for the Deputy Public Protection Director.
If I can add to that, this is one of our most important, biggest positions. This is one giant department that has enormous responsibilities and has very little margin for error. Pat came to us. I was very excited by the credentials she had when she came to us, and I always like stealing people away from places that may not appreciate them as much as they need to, okay? And we have a unique form of government, which I think she found is a little different than where she came from. We were very pleased that she gave us an opportunity to work here, that she took the opportunity to allow ourselves to work here, and that I knew from day one things would work out well. In my interactions with her, she's done a tremendous job. But here's the unique part. I don't think I've ever had anybody come on board where I've had more people tell me how lucky I was to hire this person. And almost everybody said, what a find. And that has been really pretty rewarding to know that we made the right choice, but that everybody she comes in contact with tells us we were very lucky to get her. And that's why she's now being promoted to this new position.
Ms. Pat, you have the floor for comment.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, County Council. Thank you, Mr. Deneen, for those very kind words. To Mr. Rechtenwald, Mr. Sanders, for your leadership and placing the confidence in me for promoting me to this position. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the division directors for public protection and the fiscal staff. Much of my success since I've come to public protection has been because of the support of these individuals. Their professionalism, the initiatives that they've embraced that I've tried to bring on board has just been fantastic. So I can't thank them enough. I just want to say to all of you that I will continue to do my very best. I welcome serving this community, and I welcome serving all of you. Today with me is my better half, my husband, Aaron Bythewood.
Stand up, sir. You may be recognized.
And also today with me is my former director, who is now retired, Melvin Pittman. And there is one other person that I want to say a special thanks to, and that's Terry Boscus, our administrative coordinator. She has just helped me tremendously in transitioning into my position since I've been here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, don't go nowhere. They're in rare form this morning. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I say to you, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
It warms my heart to just see you. It warms my heart because of the manner in which you will be so capable of handling this position. You see, there are a lot of you out there that sometimes just doesn't have the opportunity to present. And so I know that you are setting a high mark. The bar is going to be high. And so I'm just so pleased that Mr. Deneen had the vision and the good sense to say that we need you in Volusia County. And so I look forward to the years to come as I read and articulate, as you work your way through this process to become everything that Volusia County could ever hope for. And I'm just proud. As my grandma would say, I'm just pleasantly proud to see you and to see you in the position and knowing with great confidence that you will do an excellent job, because he only chooses the best. And you stand tall among the best. Welcome aboard. I wish you well on your journey in Volusia County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kuzak? All right, Mr. Wagner? I was waiting for it. I had a feeling that's where we were going. You know, Ms. Kuzak, you had, I mean, we're all looking at you. Come on. Yeah, I know.
Mr. Chair, I will move for the confirmation of the appointment of Patricia Brightwood or to the position of Public Protection Deputy Director.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor for the confirmation of Patricia, no, I hope, Blackwood. Okay, I'm writing this down here. Okay, I have a motion and a second by Mr. Wagner. Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Ms. Kuzak, you still have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I relinquish the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Wagner, your light was on. Did you want to make comment, or do you want to wait till
Say
after?
thank you for taking this position. I know it's stressful and it's going to be hard, but it's great to have you there. Really do appreciate it dearly.
Thank you.
Ms. Denny's?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just reading briefly your resume here. You came from Orange County, from OMB and fiscal and HR over there, over to here into a management director position. You are well able. You are well able for the job and more than qualified. Such a professional. It's an amazing resume that you have obviously, you're just good at what you do. And what pleased me the most is what I heard you say, that you felt our departments were stable and that your peers welcomed your forward thinking and some other initiatives that you wanted to bring on board. So I think that speaks well for the collaboration in your peers and you as an effective leader. That's what I see. I see an effective leader, and just wish you all the success in the world. And again, thank you for being part of Volusia's team and Mr. Manager. This is an impressive resume. It's really, really impressive. So thank you, and again, welcome aboard. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Daniels?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to congratulate you on getting this job. I would like to congratulate us in being able to recruit you. And I'd like to congratulate the manager in being in obtaining such a qualified candidate to take this position. You did a good job. Thank you.
Very well. And no further comments, so then we will now call for the vote. All those in favor of the confirmation of Patricia Blackman, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed. So carried, unanimous. Welcome aboard. I know you're just going to do great things above and beyond. All right, and Ms. Reckwell, you have one more for the day.
Yep. Next up, Mark Swanson. Come on up, Mark. Mark needs a little less introduction, as he's been on the forefront really since he got here. And I got to say, I've said this in the past, I think specifically about Mark, you know, when we brought on EVAC, you know, tremendous undertaking, a lot of people put a lot of effort into it, and part of that, a large part of that success was Mark Swanson. And I think one of the things that county government picked up over that was getting people like Mark Swanson and a lot of the other folks over there who quickly became part of our team and brought a wealth of experience and knowledge and professionalism into our county government and into the public protection arena. Mark, of course, was a part of that. He came over in 2011. At that time, he was the Emergency Medical Services Clinical Manager. In 2013, he took the call to and got promoted up to Beach Safety Division Director. He was instrumental in bringing that division forward. You know, it had been through a lot. We needed changes. I've never been in an interview with a more prepared person than Mark Swanson. He came to that interview with a plan, and he implemented that plan almost immediately. I think he's really taken Beach in a great direction because of his leadership. What people may not know about Mark, though, is he, again, is one of these people who has such a varied and broad background in public protection. He started as a firefighter in Port Orange and then was also a paramedic. He also became a police officer at Daytona Beach Shores. I don't think Mark I mean, you would be amazed because he actually does. He has some hobbies that are very, you know, he's got a lot going on. But how he slid all this in and did the stuff he did, becoming a police officer. He went through school and he has his bachelor's in supervision and management from Daytona State College. He has, again, over 30 years of experience in the public protection arena, and is well suited for what we're doing here today because he'll have basically the operations of all those 900 people. He'll have to be dealing with all the good stuff, the discipline, all the other HR issues, and actually a lot of the implementation issues that we have in these areas, which are very important. And he's well versed in all of them, and he's got a great team over there to work with. And again, I've never met a more thorough, prepared person, and so I'm just very happy. And he's already in his time over there since Mr. Sanders was promoted up. He's already grabbed onto a lot of the projects and he's moving it forward, and we're just real thankful to have him, and thank you for stepping up.
I'd like to add, obviously, this is the other bookend in two very big jobs. I mean, public protection is the number one thing we're about. And no one's done a better job than running this than George when he was in charge. Now Terry stepped up. And that's so big, we need 2 deputies. There are so many issues, and they need to be handled correctly. We have so many employees that work for these 2 individuals now, and they have to make sure it happens in the field. Anybody that's dealt with Mark knows. He stepped into a situation where I pride myself in my job of trying to pick the best people. And I thought he was the right person at the right time for the beach, because I really thought the beach needed to find its status again as an elite group. And Mark did that, especially with Ray's help. Appreciate your help, Ray. To try and make sure that the beach came back in terms of beach safety to where it needs to be. I don't have to tell the council how important running beach safety and how complex that organization is. I mean, it is on the front lines, especially every day of the summer, for everything we do. And with everybody looking, with eyes to criticize, and yet to make it work, I just find it pretty amazing. And my disappointment when we had our issues was not disappointment in the people, it was disappointment I had because I thought they had disappointed themselves, that they were a lot more elite crew than they allowed themselves to be. And I think that Mark made sure that they got back there. Like I said, with people like Ray helping, they made sure that we got back to where we were. And that we're going to be, that is in a group that has to evolve every day with all the new challenges. And for anybody that's on the beach knows what those challenges are. I think that Mark's ready to step up to help us go to the next level, and that I am proud of the fact that We were able to bring him over from EVAC. Once again, I had the opportunity to pick the best, and in his case, it made it easy because of the credentials that he has. But he didn't let me down. He made sure that he did what we needed to do, and I feel very comfortable that with the leadership we have in place over back at Beach Safety, that we are back on top, that we have an elite group that is second to none anywhere in the country. And one other thing I appreciate was the fact that during the trials that we had for the lifeguards that we're hoping to bring back again, that he was smart enough to fake an injury so that I could be faster than him in the beach run. So with that, okay, he did, okay.
He's
And,
such a team player.
prove it.
It's always good to let the manager win, okay, when it comes to racing, running. No, thanks, Mark. Appreciate all the hard work. Thanks, Ray.
I still think you can take him. Mr. Wagner.
Just that this may be the first time I make a motion to not have someone go because I really don't want to lose them at the beach. I called them, the agenda came out, I'm breezing through it, and I'm like, oh no. I called him right away, I'm like, is this real?
But he'll be in charge of the person that's in charge of the beach.
I know, the only thing that makes me feel better is race. You know, I feel comfortable, right? But it's like, man, I'm really, it's hard to get off the phone with them. I'm like, don't do it, don't. But you've just been so great. You know, I really have absolutely appreciated everything you've been able to accomplish with the beach, with your team, with Ray. It really has been. And when I first got on, there's so much conflict with the surfers and the fishermen and the people, aside from just the daily issues that come on the beach. But the locals, there's always that, the kind of the wall between the two and the anger. And it's just, your team has done such a great job to get that down. And I just had, knock on wood, it could change any second. There's waves, a little wave today, so who knows, we'll probably have something come up. I'm sure your beach day, yesterday started coming in. I'm sure the lifeguards are all getting ready right now. But just to tell you, I really appreciate you. I really think in the last, I guess it's been 4 years, it's changed the beach culture for the locals, and I think it's been excellent. So I'm really sad to make this motion, but I'll do it because I do think I think it's deserving. I think it's perfect fit for you. Your background, you've literally done everything. I couldn't think of a better background to have for this position. So congratulations.
Thank
I know it's a lot of work, but this is well deserved.
Thank you.
All right, and I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the appointment of Mark Swanson for the Public Protection Deputy Director.
Okay, motion for approval with a second by Mr. Patterson.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark?
Mark Swanson, Beach Safety Director. Thank you, Mr. Rectenwald, Mr. Sanders, for your support of B through the last 4 years, and it's been a wonderful opportunity, and you know, I've prepared my entire career for a job like this, so this is really special to me. I want to introduce a couple people. My wife and my best friend Jody.
You are required to stand up.
I couldn't do it without her. She's my support at home, and lots of times I leave and she takes over for everything while I'm gone. So I appreciate that. My mom and dad.
If you can.
Swanson and Joyce Swanson. I'm one of 8 children, so they've had a lot to do throughout the years to raise all of us, and I appreciate them as well. I love you. And, you know, it takes, to be a good manager and to be a good leader, it takes enormous support. And I've had that at the beach. Deputy Chief Ray Manchester, Nancy Nolan's in the back.
Yeah, up.
Oh, sorry.
Right, stand up.
Right there.
Yes.
They make me look good. So I could not have done it without you. I appreciate that very much. And I look forward to the challenges. I'm excited about this position, and I appreciate the confidence that you've instilled in me. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, don't go nowhere. Oh, we ain't done yet. You know, Mark, when I first came on and you know, I met you, and here you are running up and down the beaches, you know, telling everybody what to do. I noticed one thing about you. You're not only, as you have proven by faking the injury for the manager, you're not only a team player, but you're also a team builder. We had our issues, and they were immense, and they were great. And as the manager had said, you know, everybody's got eyes out there to criticize. When you stepped up to the plate, you knew what you were getting into, I'm sure, and you fixed it. It was broken, and you fixed it. And now the attitude, since I've been here, the attitude is 180 degrees from where it was to where now we are back to being the Volusia County beaches we used to be. We're safe, we're secure, everything's maintained, everything's orderly. And that is, you know, your lifeguards are well trained, your law enforcement and lifeguards are well trained and well disciplined. This is truly what leadership's about. And also being a team builder and team player. So I like Mr. Wagner. I'm sad to see you leave, but I'm glad to see that you're just going to step up and you're going to oversee the beach still. So if we know, and I'm sure Ray knows, if he's got a problem in there and he's been working, and it starts to get a little bit too immense, he can turn to you and say, where do we go next? And you have other resources that are available to help. So congratulations. I'm sorry to see you go, but I'm glad you're staying.
Thank
you. You know, so thank you. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm glad to see you move up and expand your leadership abilities that are very evident. I just have to give you kudos since your whole team is here. With Saturday at the beach, New Smyrna Beach, it was packed. Our guys were on top of it. I watched them there, you know, with my family back and forth. I thought somebody got run over in the sand, but indeed it was just somebody that had too much sun, and our people responded very well. No big deal. It was handled. But what really impressed me was on 2 separate occasions, our younger lifeguards went right out into the surf to stop some individuals that had fishing poles with hooks on them in the middle of the sea of swimmers out there. And I'm holding my breath going, I can't look at this. I cannot look at this. I'm not going to look at this. But I didn't have to because our people, they were right on top of it. They protected the swimmers without being the beach Nazis. I appreciate that. They're not overstepping their bounds. They're not, again, having a safe, secure, enjoyable beach experience. I have to tell you, and George, you've had my calls usually when I go to the beach. So I sit there after a while, it's like, I can't take it anymore. We've got to clean this up. You need to know, Mr. Rechtenwald, I should have called you because it was our people were in position. They responded as they should have. And I have to tell you what I heard from people sitting here, because everybody was on top of each other at the beach. They were really impressed with the response of our lifeguards and how they responded to issues, just issues with that many people, you know, and the heat and the water responded very well. So thank you for what you're doing and how you're changing. You have changed the atmosphere down there and the climate and how we respond. It's telling, and it's showing up in our busiest of days. So thank you.
Thank you.
It was great. Welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Patterson?
Mark, I'm looking at the resume you have here. It reminds me of about 20 years ago when I was running for office. They did a background check on me and spent $7,500 to find nothing. And when I told that to my mother, and I'm from a large family also, she said, you know, for $2,500, I'd have told them everything. So I'm wondering if we interviewed your parents in this. There you go. There, mom knows what's going on. So,
We don't want to go there, do we?
Congratulations, Mark. You got by. So did I.
Yeah.
So, congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Ms. Kuzak.
That was good, Pat. That was a good one. Mark, you're so deserving. We wish you well. We know that you will continue to be a force to be reckoned with in Volusia County. And it's just another step up in your march to success, as you are a irreproachable person of great character. And trials come to build character. And you've had your trials. The character is being built daily, and we look forward to many great things coming from you. Congratulations on this, another point of success. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kuzak. All right, with that, see no further comments. Calling the question, all those in favor of appointment of, confirmation of Mark Swanson, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, with that, unless there's objection, I'm going to go ahead and we'll take a 10-minute recess. Is that where you were going?
You beat me to it.
I beat you to it. All right, we will take a 10-minute recess. We will reconvene here at exactly 10:30. Jeff? Good morning. Okay, we are back on the record. For the record, it's 10:33 a.m. If the chambers could come to order, Mr. Swanson. We're back on the record, sir. Thank you. All right. What are we doing next here? We have got item number 4, art in public places. What is that word?
De-accession.
Is it a real word? I couldn't find it in the dictionary. It is a real word. It's an art word.
That's an art
You,
word.
you
It's,
have
it's
to
an art form all on its own, just the word.
You have to look in places other than the Urban Dictionary, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I did. I looked in the Webster's 49th
We're a very
version.
sophisticated organization.
The abuse. I'm telling you. That is pretty good, but you know what? I got thick skin and broad shoulders. I can handle it. You know what? We're just going to move on. Mr. Deneen, it says you want to speak on
Yes.
this first, so you have the floor, sir, please.
What we need to look at here was, I'm a very big believer of art in public places, and especially the idea that you use some of the construction money to help in terms of sort of bring the community up by having an appreciation for art and how art fit in public places. The problem we had is that nothing lasts forever and that we have to be adaptable. And so what we didn't have in the policy, I think, was a way when we want to change art in a facility, or when maybe it should go back to the artist, or it's gotten damaged, or it's no longer relevant, or it needs to be stored for a while, like they do some art and put other art up. And it has everything to do with how times change. So what we had was, it's a wonderful thing. We don't want any art to get damaged or to not appreciate the art that we have. But nothing's so static that you have to be able to manage the art in the public in our public facilities. What we didn't have was flexibility. So what Donna's going to walk you through is basically, I would call it an additional policy, I guess, to allow us to deal with art, especially as we make changes in buildings, and especially as times change. So with that, Donna, would you walk them through? I need a policy so that we can manage effectively the art we have.
Thank you. Donna DeMarsh Butler, Community Services Director. And for the record, my first job in the county manager's office 25 years ago was art in public places. So I'm excited to be here today. Our public art in public places ordinance was created in 1990, and it sets aside 0.5% to 1% of a construction project over $1 million to purchase art that is going to be presumed to be perpetual. But as Mr. Deneen said, sometimes that doesn't always work. So we've got in front of you today a policy for you to consider. We have one or more conditions that must apply for the removal, relocation, or de-accession of public art. You've seen all these, but I'll go over a few. If it's a threat to public safety, if the site has become inappropriate or inaccessible, redevelopment of space offers more appropriate site, it's damaged, so forth. So what we would do is our Art and Public Places Administrator would actually catalog in some way for you all of the following things: the title, the artist, medium, dimensions, the description of the artwork, its history, where it was purchased for, estimate of the value, all these things, and provide it to you so that you can make a decision on how it should go forward. We could move it to another county building, we could relocate it to storage, we could donate it to other public facilities, nonprofits or schools, or we could sell or exchange the art to the artist at auction or other bid processes. When funding restrictions, however, control the disposal of government-owned property, the procedures of this policy cannot apply to the removal, relocation, or de-accession of public art. The County Council will always make all determinations regarding removal, relocation, in compliance with applicable government-owned property disposal process. The County Art and Public Places Administrator will present their recommendation to the Cultural Arts Advisory Board, and the Cultural Arts Advisory Board will make its recommendations to the Council. And just for your knowledge today, we have the chair of the Cultural Council present, Ms. Edith Shelley, and another member who's actually speaking here as an individual, Dr. John Wilton. So the artist will be notified of the situation or circumstances that have prompted the request for removal or relocation or deaccession. If the artist is deceased, we'll try and contact their surviving family members, and we'll have a discussion with the artist or their family on what courses of action may take place. All proceeds will go back into an Art in Public Places program fund so that we can purchase other art for our buildings. And then those funds may also be used for maintenance and repair of our collection. So that's the proposed policy. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, I'll start off. How much, I see the art all over the place, and we have the paintings and the pictures and the photographs and all this art everywhere. The excess of art we store somewhere? Do we have excessive paintings, some that are just not on display?
I'm not sure which art you're referring to. The art that you currently see in the county administration building is actually on loan from the Museum of Arts and Sciences.
Okay.
It's been a perpetual program where they take it back and they figure out other agencies that want to borrow and have art on loan, and then they give us a new collection for 1 to 2 years. So that's been going on for at least 25 years,
Right.
to my knowledge. But there's other art that's permanent. The Gaia, which is the big sculpture out here, it's the big sculpture in the middle of the retirement. Actually, the first
okay.
piece of
It looks
art.
like a 2 steps away from, yes, an atom, yeah.
There's the new courthouse that had actually 2 separate collections placed into it. The Ocean Center, for example, has art as well. So all of those, we don't store that art. At the airport, one piece actually failed, and we do store it there at the airport, so we still own it. But it was a movable sculpture, and it failed in its ability to work, so we had to, it was dangerous. So we took it down.
So we don't have like a collection of our own?
No, sir.
Okay,
Not that's not permanently placed.
okay. All right, I was just curious if we had a permanent placement. All right. Okay, that's the only question I had. Is no further discussion. I'll entertain a motion in a second. I have a motion for approval from Ms. Denny. Thank you, Ms. Denny. And a second by Mr. Lowry. Further discussion. Okay. All those in favor of the new policy, Art in Public Places deaccession policy, did I pronounce it correctly?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I actually did. Please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wilton. I'm so sorry, I got carried away.
That's all right.
I am so sorry. You know what? We did vote, but I still want to hear what you got to say, and I
Sure,
apologize
sure.
for it.
And John Wilton, 2648 Flowing Well Road, DeLand. And the motion passed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good. With that motion passing, the first issue is going to be the airport collection.
Right.
And as an artist with a piece of work in that collection, I would ask that you handle this task with care. It took a lot of effort, time, and taxpayer money to create that collection. As a member of your Cultural Council Advisory Board, I would ask that as you proceed with this project, you handle it with concern. Please don't turn it over to some architect or engineer or attorney, but employ someone who has the interest of the collection as their major concern, preserving the collection. And finally, as a citizen of this county, I would hope that your ongoing goal is to increase, not decrease, our public art collection, and remind you that cultural tourism and quality of life are real issues, and they do increase economic development and prosperity. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, sir. You know, Mr. Wilton, Mr. Wilton, you know, I do understand, you know, I've actually known some people that are artists, met several around here, and the hard work that you guys go into. Everybody thinks you just put paint on a canvas, or you take metal and weld it together and just stick it somewhere and that's art. No, it's not. It's part of you. It's part of your heart and your soul. It's part of your life. It's your experience. It is you. And believe me, I'm looking here at these faces of these young ladies here that are on the cultural council with you, and I know for myself, that, no, great respect for you and your work is most important. And I think that's on the heart and minds of this council too. I mean, we had no discussion.
Right.
Because we know that having this art stagnated in one building and not everybody seeing it, it's a crime to you. So we need to get it done. We need to fix that and move things around. That's what this is about. So I thank you for your concern.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I take your words to heart.
Good, appreciate it.
Mr. Deneen.
I just wanted to add that the way we'll do this, because I think his point's well taken, that we're not going to take this lightly and we're not going to treat this stuff without respect. But nothing's static in life, and we have to move with the times. Obviously, what we're going to do is that the Art and Public Places Program Administrator is going to be the one that prepares the report and makes a recommendation and presents these to the Cultural Arts Advisory Board. And so it's not going to be just the architect telling us what to do. So what we're going to do is go to the board, and Donna, you may want to speak to the fact of Ms. Smith being the person who's going to be the program administrator, her having experience doing that. Because I think his points are well taken. I want to make sure this gets in the record, that I want that to be handled in a professional manner on what we will do and how we will handle that art. I do think that there are opportunities, which we got to look for, where maybe art, because it's been in one place, may find a home in another place if it's appropriate, so that the art gets shown again. Maybe it's maybe it's in this building, maybe it's in a library, maybe we need to move it from one building to another. We need to look at those things, but the world is not static, and we have to make sure that it all makes sense. But it's not going to be just some architect coming in saying that don't fit my design, throw it out. No, that's not the intent. Okay. And so, Donna, I think you should, for the council's sake, I think you need to know this, because I do think that the arts community, I don't want them to feel that we're being cavalier about it, that we have thought it through. Donna?
Well, I'm pleased to introduce to you Jessie Jackson-Smith, who's going to come stand up here right now next to me, unbeknownst to her. But we stole Jessie from the Museum of Arts and Sciences. Again, another good steal for our county government. She is also from Ohio. She has a dual major in history and classic civilizations from Ohio University. But she has 20 years experience in the ecocultural heritage institutions industry, that's a mouthful, including more than 6 years of executive leadership and development. She has a successful track record in writing and managing more than $12 million in grants, and we are really, really excited to have her here. So she will be taking the lead on this. We will all be involved in making sure that we do what we can to preserve that collection to the best of our ability, and if we have to loan it to another county facility to make it work, then that's what we'll try and do.
If I could piggyback on what Mr. Deneen said, and maybe you can help me, ma'am. And I can't remember the artist for whatever, but the guy, the artist that was doing all the lifelike artistry, the Orlando airport, there's a guy, it's called The Traveler. That statue has been there, or that art piece of work has been there for 35, 40 years. It's old, it's static. It's been there in the same place for 35, 40 years under a glass box. It's a lifelike statue of a guy with a backpack, leaning over, sleeping, very lifelike. I understand that's the kind of stuff we're talking about, moving around. Let's move that from the airport to another facility where other people can see.
What I think we don't want to miss is that I do believe that the architect that we hire can make the recommendations to us about whether it fits the designs, and that's different than saying that the art ought to be disposed of or whatever. Yes, I do think that if we hire somebody and it doesn't fit the designs of the design he's coming up with for you, he should be able to make that recommendation. We're going to do that. But this allows us then to be sensitive on how we handle the art so that it's respectful of the person who created it and respectful of the place we're going to put it. I just want to make sure we need this flexibility to make it make sense.
True.
All right?
Mr. Patterson would like to make comment now.
Well, I want to make sure that the council I think when things are being moved around, that the council is aware of what's happening. Because I think that's really important, that as recommendations are made. And, you know, if we looked at things and say, oh, this is irrelevant, there are paintings, stuff in museums right now that have been there for hundreds of years, and I think I have a hard time believing some things become irrelevant. That's why I'm really have a concern on that.
I don't know if it's, I wouldn't say irrelevant as much as saying that maybe it doesn't fit this space anymore and we move it to another space, because you've changed the nature of the space.
Okay.
And that's really what it's about.
Well, I do wish that the council could be, you know.
You
just
are. The Cultural Council will make a recommendation to you. It's your final decision.
Right.
Okay, with the picture of what we're looking at.
Well, it's actually going to be much more detailed than that.
Yeah, you're going to
We
get more
have
than that.
a long list of
all right.
things that you're going to have in front of you to review. It's up on the screen right now. The title, Artist, Medium, Dimensions, description of the art, its history. Of course, we'll have a photograph of it. Acquisition method and cost, digital images, condition report, estimate of the current value, our staff evaluation, including public and department vision feedback on what might need to be moved, county attorney's office opinion regarding contractual obligations that we may have, suggested alternate courses of action, and any additional relevance.
You'll
So
be
have a
approving that,
lot.
Pat.
Yeah, I don't want to have to go to a DeLand Museum of Art, something, and have my body found 3 days later in a
Yeah.
trash can there, so, you know.
Well, let's put it this way.
It's a passionate crowd, and I understand that.
Right,
I've
right.
been around this all my life, you know, so.
If
and
there's
I'm
one
a big believer in the arts, so.
If there's one thing we do not take lightly, it's people with paintbrushes in their hands or whatever. And it's the bottom line is, I learned a long time ago, you will make that final decision. All I'm asking for is the opportunity to show the council if we need to make an appropriate change. And what we're gonna do is make changes that people would say, yeah, that makes sense. We need to move that. And I think everybody recognizes that the world changes and we have to stay up with the changes. That's it.
Okay, well, almost, but wait, there's more. Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Patterson, because for me, I need to make sure that there is such a thing as outdated art. And so I don't want that to be the perception. Because, and I think we have discussed it now to my satisfaction. I just don't want some person or persons making a decision that something is outdated, is no longer relevant to our needs, and so I'm satisfied now with this documentation. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, matter of fact, we had a little incident over up at our administrative assistants. Darla was looking at this picture of this bird, and she says, I really don't like the bird, because it was just looking right back at her. She said, it's staring at me. So we had to move it. It was kind of funny. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on now to item number 5. Contract with Michael Baker International as the architect and engineering firm to provide the terminal renovation at the Daytona Beach International Airport. Because you're always home when you get home to the Daytona Beach International Airport.
That's true.
Just for you, Skip.
Okay, Mr. Chair, as Rick brings this forward, excuse me, I am really excited about the fact that we are now at this stage. Back in August of 2015 and then December of 2015, we talked to the council about the changes that we're going to make in the airport. The facility itself, you probably saw the article in the paper today, that it's time to make those changes, to bring us relevant. I always say airports are different than a lot of public buildings, is that people come into airports, and I think contrary to what happens in a lot of public buildings, people are more interested in the future and where you're going in transportation and in aviation. Very few people come in and say, boy, I wish I could fly that vintage plane. Nah, that ain't how it happens. They tend to want the newest technology, and they want to be on the newest stuff, okay? Well, the bottom line is that that's where we're headed with our airport, and we are absolutely staying relevant. Well, part of staying relevant is also it's time to make changes. The beauty for us is that the facility that was built in '92 is a beautiful facility, well-designed, well-built, and a credit to this community for building it when they did. But it needs updated. It is definitely dated. It's worn, and it no longer conveys the future. It conveys more of the past. We want to move forward. What Rick's bringing forward is the firm that we want to use, and this was a really highly sought-after competition by a lot of people that I think are very creative, and we wanted to get the right architect. We want to make the changes appropriate. It's very complicated in terms of not only getting the right design, but then we got to phase it in a way that doesn't interfere with the traffic. But I do believe, in talking to the business community, that there is an expectation that they believe that this is the right thing to do, especially as they use this as part of their portal for people coming in here that go through our airport to go to different businesses here. Now, we'll also be very sensitive and welcoming. We've got all kinds of cool things we're going to do at the airport for tourists coming through. But we want to have that modern, efficient, really welcoming, high-quality look when people come in through the airport. And that's what this is all going to be about. Rick?
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation. I'm here with Karen Feaster, Deputy Airport Director. Before we get started, I would like to just give a shout out to Karen. Your staff and the leadership of Mr. Deneen and George across the board in this county government takes leadership positions in their various industry associations. Karen Feaster has been very active in the Florida Airports Council, and she was just appointed to the board of directors, which is a very big deal. You got a lot of the people in this organization throughout county government are in leadership positions, and that brings information and knowledge and experience to us. So shout out to Karen for that. We're here with Representative from Michael Baker International, Chip Hayward. He was the lead green associate. He's a senior associate with the firm. He's based in Tampa. He lives in Tampa, and he'll be the project manager. This is a whole team approach you're gonna see as we walk through this. But I want to point out that Chip has got a lot of experience of dealing with cultural arts communities. That's what they do. They know how to interface and work with cultural arts. You know, there's under no circumstances, like Mr. Deneen said, are we asking them or tasking them to come in and figure out what arts here, what's going to be done. They've got a lot of experience of working with the community in this respect. So we had three major firms come in and present. We had Tammy Bong, Kelly McGee, Jerry Brinton, Don Poore, and myself were on the committee, and we had a hard time. These are really top firms. But as you'll see, this firm stood out, and this is why we're recommending it, because we feel like it's the right fit for this project. I'll quickly just touch on some of the things that they share with us, and it really showed that they understand the various components of the project. We're just starting on this journey. It's going to be a very long process. They represent, have done work in 20 of the top 25 airports in the United States of America. They've also done work around the world, from Nigeria to Guyana. This is a big firm with a lot of experience with airports. That was what set them aside, apart from the others. They understand the process, how we work together. They understand how we have to do the phasing. It's going to be a very complicated project, you know, by keeping the lights on and keeping the passengers moving through the terminal while we're doing this work. They understand that this is a public facility and that we've got to keep the public directed and flowing through and informed as we go forward. Branding, this is a big thing. This is something that we are really talking about. I've said that you don't need to be a big mega hub airport to be a world-class airport. We offer a world-class customer experience in Daytona Beach, and this is all about enhancing that customer experience. Cost is a big one. We do not know what the cost is right now.
Can I interrupt you for a second, Rick? If you remember the discussion we had about our airport and our goal to stay competitive and to make our way in a very changing world of airports, this whole part of this initiative is also part of those that progress will have a future. So it's everything from the fares to the type of planes to all that. But it's amenities in the airport and making people decide this is the right airport to choose because they're going to have choice. And this is an important part of the strategy to make sure that we're one of the successful regional airports in the United States. So this is not just, you know, are we making it look cute and putting paint? No, this is all part of the strategy to prove to people that we are, Rick just said it, you don't have to be big to be world class. You can be classy and look the part and still be this size, and that's what we got to do. And there's a way to make this all work within the budget we have. But if you don't move along like this, this is part of where airlines make choice. And we're going to be, in other words, we're going to be part of the future.
Thank you. And central to this is the cost. You know, we've done a lot of analysis. Unfortunately, we are in a position where our revenues are increasing, our passenger traffic continues to climb. So we're in a position now with Donna DePeister's guidance and support that we can map this out and take on a project like this. We've got to have current estimates, and it's got to be sustainable, which is our county's all about, in funding and revenue generation, because this will actually bring more passengers. It's not just we're going to invest in this. It's different than other buildings, and Mr. Deneen said this is a revenue generating facility. So by making it more attractive and improving the amenities, we're going to be able to generate revenue. Michael Baker International also talked about ways to pursue grant funding for some of these things, some of these improvements, especially some of the technology that interfaces with the security system and so forth. So they get this entire picture. Again, we're going to be building a vision. Michael Baker's done this. They know how to do this, and you will be building the vision as we go forward, and improving the flow of the traffic for the passenger. Just one example, just showing what they've done at one airport. This is before and after, just opening it up. Just something as simple as that. Just improving the flow and the feel of the airport, and making it the best experience we can have. Of course, sustainability is important, and Chip Hayward here with Michael Baker is an expert, and they've got over 800 LEED certified projects. It's something we're going to be paying very close attention to as we go forward. Technology is really, really important. I think, you know, when the committee was meeting, we were struggling because they were all were top. But Tammy Bong said, look, this is an airport that I want my grandchildren and my children and grandchildren to go through and say, wow, this is the state-of-the-art experience. And that really highlighted this group's experience. They've got a lot of experience with technology at airports and how to improve the signage and the wayfinding signs and the interactive technology.
One other thing, think about what JetBlue told us when they were located here and said, we're going to give you guys a try. If you listen and listen to JetBlue, they are all about the customer experience, getting on the plane, getting off the plane. They were so impressed that we showed up because that matters to them of what it's like when you get on the ground. So what we're trying to do is making sure that our image fits the image that the airline wants for their passenger through the whole process. And part of that is how they look, how they feel, and the amenities they get in the airport while they're being processed to get on their airplane or to wait for their flight. And that really matters. And I think airports that miss this are going to miss the boat when they start picking and choosing. And so the customer experience for airlines, especially the ones that are successful, is that they worry about the passenger now in the whole process of transportation, not just on the airplane. And that we have to be part of that process and understand it. And that's one of the reasons JetBlue come here, because I think they believe that you get it. And that's what we're going to try and prove with part of these designs.
Thank you. With that, the committee and staff recommend approval of the contract with Michael Baker International. We will be coming back to you with the construction manager eventually. That'll come in the coming months. and task assignments. There's no particular task assignment. We're just getting them under contract, and we'll negotiate the first task assignment. We'll be bringing these back to you. So this is going to be a process you're going to be seeing repeat, coming back.
And every aspect of this process, from who we use as a construction manager, that's going to be, we got to get the best, okay, to make this work. All the way through to all the designs and all that, the council will be making all these choices. So you'll be along for the ride all the way along. You'll be making those selections. You know, we'll show you what we're recommending. You'll decide what we do. You'll be deciding on the phases with us. You'll be deciding on the color combination you're going to use, the design we're going to use. So here's just the start of the journey, but it's going to be an exciting journey, and I think it's one that we have to partake if we want to stay relevant in the airline business.
So we're here if you have any questions. Chip and Karen and I, and we also have members of the committee here, Jerry Brinton and Tammy Vaughn.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Denny's.
Thank you. I guess I was waiting for a dollar amount. I mean, we're talking color coordination and phases. I haven't seen $1 amount, and I'm very honestly, I'm not comfortable just approving carte blanche on this. I've seen no estimates.
You mean for the construction itself?
For the entire project.
We still have to bring that forward. You're not approving any of that.
Okay, but well, yeah, kind of we are. Here's the thing. Yes, we are. Once we approve this, we are. So, total item budget on this is 0. This is an enterprise fund. Is this not, where's the funding for this project going to come from? Where's the source?
Go ahead.
The funding for the project is going to come from the airport fund, which is its own enterprise fund, as
So
you had suggested.
it's coming from the enterprise.
Yes.
It's not coming from the general fund.
No, it's not. And if you'll notice what we had done, we've begun in our 5-year forecast. We've estimated $2 million for this upcoming fiscal year, and then another 10 to start the project. So we know we've got funding for $12 million on this project identified.
Okay, it's identified, but there's only $2 million in the budget. Are you talking about doing a loan? I mean, where's the funding coming from?
We would be borrowing the money. That's the plan, and we have enough capacity within the airport fund to pay that debt off.
So we would do this all based on, it's just like our water and sewer fund. It'd be based on users paying for it. It's a user fee driven facility. But what I say is that we need to get off the ground to get a feel now in terms of what an architect would design, so we can get an estimate. But you don't approve that. I don't move forward until the council agrees what we're gonna get and why it's gonna cost what it's gonna cost. And so what you're doing here is saying all you're approving here is the concept that we want to do a redesign of our airport. They will look at how that redesign should make sense for us. Then we will bring in an idea what that will cost. And it could be different costs if you want to go to certain levels. We'll also talk about then how we would phase it. And we know that we can finance it based on where our airport revenues are for up to $12 million, which we believe would clearly cover what we need to do.
I understand, but, and the reason that gave me pause is the last statement here. It says, the work and dollar amount for each task assignment will be negotiated on an as-needed basis. Does that mean it's going to come back to council?
Yes. Every one of those phases.
Okay, because that's not clear here. That's not,
Well, I'm glad you asked, because we'll make that clear.
that is not clear at all in what I'm looking at
Right.
here. So this is an enterprise fund. There's no general fund dollars associated with this.
Not a penny.
And you're comfortable going forward, whatever that is, they can handle the financial commitment?
Absolutely. In fact, the reason I'm comfortable is because of 10 years of watching what our expenses were, saving money and cutting costs, so that we would be in a position when we came out of the recession to handle this.
Well, and I got to tell you, I think it's admirable that this is, the design, that this is what we want our grandchildren, what we want an airport our grandchildren look for. Well, I'm more concerned about the tax implication on my grandchildren than what an airport's going to look like, very genuinely. So I think...
Well, I think there's a better way to say it, and that is I'm concerned there'll be an airport. And I think that these are the things, together with the changes we make, that puts us in competition to keep an airport.
Okay. I just want to make sure that the process going forward, what we're approving and what we're not approving, and then there's no general fund dollars attached with this. And, Mr. Manager, you're probably going to be hearing this a lot more because of the great strides this council, under your leadership, took at the last council meeting in the 5-year plan, that this will not impact the Go to Zero for 2018.
Not at all.
That's what I want to hear.
Not at all. And
That's
in fact, Ms. Denny's, I appreciate your questions, because I'd like to get all this stuff on the table. We really think these things out. And I do like the idea, and we'll bring this up every time, that everything we're focused on is to make sure we still do the Go to Zero. So I think we need to reiterate that. But the problem I have for the council is, I can't tell you right now the exact vision, what we would do and what we would spend the money on, and exactly what it costs, till I get a vision that now relates to the real airport. And what we're going to need then is, one, is an architect to tell us, you know, I want to make sure it's the right design, so that we get good return on investment. The other thing is, I want to make sure that construction-wise, I'm very detailed when it comes to this, because if you saw the work we did in the Ocean Center to make that beautiful design a reality, okay, I know what it takes, and it's a lot of work. And you also find out whether you can do it cost effectively. We're going to make sure. But here's the thing I can assure you. There will not be one dime spent in terms of doing anything in this airport that the council does not agree on and approves. So you'll approve all the design, you'll approve the phasing, you'll be involved, you'll know the steps. I need to get someone on board. I like the architect that they hired. I want somebody that has a vision. I want somebody that can take advantage of the architecture in that building, which is very, very nice. And I want to make sure we stay relevant. And I think the better way, and I'm glad you brought this up, I really meant what I said. I want to make sure we have an airport. And we are going to be one of the successful ones that's going to make it, because we're dealing with, you know, things like JetBlue. I'm telling you, when they care about what their passion, see, they care. This is what you're going to see in all airlines, especially if we want to attract anybody. This is what's changed. They care about their customers, and they know them so well that they're also looking at, what do those customers have to go through to get on our airplanes? And when they decide that they don't like the experience they have in our airport, they'll put their plane somewhere else. So we got to make sure that when you come through, you're a JetBlue passenger, a Delta passenger, whatever, you have a good experience waiting for the plane, not just getting on the plane. The airports that miss that will be the airports that fall behind, in my opinion, in the future. And so that's part of what we see. That's what I'm expecting the architect to do, is to make sure that we are bringing that whole experience to that level, so that we compete on lots of levels with the airlines. So these are really good questions. I'm glad you brought them up, because the council, you'll be not along for the ride, you'll be directing the ride. You'll make decisions on everything we do, all the design, the colors, the cost, the phasing, everything.
I just want numbers.
And the numbers will all be enterprise funds,
I just want the numbers.
enterprise funds, no general fund, and still Go to Zero.
That's the bottom line.
And to
Thank
put
you.
an exclamation point on what Mr. Deneen said, 29 commercial service airports in the past 3 years around the country have lost commercial service. The trend is against us. We have got to be competitive. We've got to have a top-level customer service. This is not just about frills.
Right.
We got a 24, we got a carpet that's 24 years old now, and we're going to have to do some of that anyway. But let's take
But what
the
you have in
experience.
airports now is, when say JetBlue has passengers coming here, they want a place where people are comfortable when they sit. They can charge their iPod or their phone. Their kids have, maybe if they have kids, there's a relevant place for the kids to be comfortable while they're waiting for their flights. So it's all this matters. How we handle baggage matters, because see, here's what's happening. The airlines are the ones that have choice. They have fewer planes, and they can put them where they want. And so they can decide that experience is not good enough for them, so they'll go to the airport that offers it. I think that we are smarter than most of the airports, because we know this. So we're getting ahead. Now, we're doing everything on the runways, on the baggage handling, all the things behind the scenes. But they have noticed that our airport's dated, worn.
It's old.
And so
It's matured.
it's matured. So we need to have a better image. And I'm telling you, airports are different. A lot of people like historic things in buildings and that. People are not interested in historic things when it comes to aviation. They want the newest. You know, you like the newest plane you're flying on, not the vintage one. So I want to make sure the council is really comfortable with the designs and the cost. So I think this is going to be an exciting project that we're all going to, I think we'll enjoy it, but I think it's necessary. And we figured out how to finance it.
And I think, I'm hearing from you, Ms. Denny's. I understand that the construction cost is going to be different. What's this going to cost us? This is nothing more than design, international architecture, and engineering. What are we signing off on today?
You're signing off on a contract to allow us to negotiate a task assignment, which will have a cost associated with it, which you will approve.
Wow.
Which is the
Well,
law.
wait a minute, I mean, this is just the design here.
Right.
There's no task assignment. This is just retaining the architect so that we can negotiate a task assignment on the preliminary starting portions of the project on how we are going to proceed. And you will approve that, and we'll have a dollar figure with it.
Right. This just allows us to negotiate. If we cannot negotiate, then we can change architects.
Okay. Well, I mean, an architect can't, I mean, this shouldn't cost $12 million just to draw that. Okay, I just want to make sure of that. No. Yeah, you still have the floor, ma'am. Do you wish to?
No, I'm done.
You're
Thank
done?
you,
Mr. Patterson?
I know that I'm with Ms. Denny's when you could say go to zero. I want to make sure it's a positive thing and not a negative zero.
Right.
Bankruptcy. So I know that's what everybody's thinking about, and with the airport. And it is hard for people to actually understand the difference between our general fund and, you know, the enterprise zone, and that is the business side of what we need to think like business people when we're doing that. Whereas when we get into our general fund, we've got to kind of change our hats a little bit and realize that there are things and people that we're dealing with that we have to take care of those needs. And I've been into a lot of airports lately, and nothing disturbs me more to fly into and see a block building that has not changed in 30, 40 years. And some places, I think Allegiant goes into a lot of them, and they're old military bases, and, you know, it serves a need. But we're not an old military base. No. We are an airport. I was at the 24 years ago when the Junior League, as a matter of fact, had a big fundraiser at the airport. And it was quite a gala affair, and it was a fundraiser for them for a project they were doing. And I thought it was, you know, it was fabulous. I'd like to see the same thing, you know, as we move forward. But I do, when I walk into our airport, I see things that probably need to be changed. But I want to make sure that, and this is something that I got a lot of grief from my wife about 4 or 5 years after the airport was done. She said, I want to show you something. And I said, okay. And so we were walking down, and she says, what do you see? And I said, I see signs. You see the restroom signs? And I said, yeah. We walked all the way down to the end and turned around, and she says, now look. And I said, yeah. There's no sign showing where the restroom is, going down but not coming back. And I said, so what's the big deal? She said, you could tell that a man designed this place. So I want to make sure that there's some women involved so that they understand. And I'm really proud. The thing my wife is so proud about is all the young ladies that she taught math to are now engineers and architects. And so that is my caution to our architect is, as I used to say, I want to see some skirts out there. So thank you. That's my comment.
No, I really appreciate those comments. I think there is a big difference on taxpayer funds and enterprise funds where we're running a business, because we have a responsibility to make sure that we spend the money appropriately to keep the business operating and keep it modern. And so you don't want to let people down by not spending appropriately to make this asset. Because I do think, Pat, where you saw those airports that are old like that, I'm telling you, the airlines are going to make choices, and that's going to be starting to be part of their problem, is that their customer experience on the ground when
Well, I
they have
think it's
choice.
good for Allegiant. They do it, and I mean, they're low cost. And, I recently flew into West Virginia, and it was an old raggedy, it wasn't raggedy, but I mean, it was a block building, and it, and which served them well.
Right.
And I don't know how, if any other airlines.
But we're not in the marketplace for that kind of airline.
I know. and
We're in
I
the
agree with
marketplace for the JetBlues, and I'm also hoping that there's a couple other airlines that we're in the marketplace for, and they really want a certain customer experience. And the thing that I like is you'll get to decide everything we do. And Mr. Chair, this is really just to allow us to negotiate with the architect. You even have to approve that cost for the architect. But we have to do it in these phases, and I want to make sure that everybody is comfortable that we're going down the right path. And Ms. Denny's, I do think that it's good to keep making sure that everybody, because I'm not sure the public understands, like Ms. Patterson said, there's a difference between borrowing money in the airport fund, which we're paying out of fees, and having debt against taxpayers' taxes. There's a big difference. And so this will absolutely have no negative effect, and I think this actually is where we are supposed to be wise on investing in our facilities.
And that's the positive thing, Mr. Manager, is there's discussion out there that, well, wait till they make a change, or this project will be approved, and, they're already off the mark. No, there's a commitment here, and I think that will be the standard, or at least a question I'm going to want answered going forward on major projects, because it does impact it. And it's interesting when you start with any project, like you did your five-year forecast, oh, well, what if I plan to build a house unless an illness comes, or unless my husband got laid off, or unless I couldn't close on the land. There will always be a what if. There always will. But the commitment is to stay on course and avoid the what ifs and build that in.
I agree, and I want to emphasize that when I put together the assumptions, they weren't excuses not to make it. What they were was the assumptions. So, for example, if you decided to do something that's not in the assumptions, what that means is that we may have to change something else. So that because my goal, I'm telling you right now, my goal is to get us there. My reputation's on the line that we will get there. So what I'm saying is, if we change an assumption, I'm not going to lie to you. If you change something, you're smart enough to know that means I just want to point out, when you change that, I've got to change something else. Then we move ahead. But I think I have a commitment to go to zero from this council. I thought that everybody said, let's make it. I've had a couple of people tell me they don't think you can do it. That's all I needed to hear.
As I finish my comments here.
Yes.
What gives me a lot of comfort in this contract we're talking about is that we're talking and looking at an architectural and engineering firm that has designed 20 of the last 25 airports, and that is a lot of comfort to me. And with that, I move approval of the contract with Michael Baker International for architectural and engineering services for terminal renovation, 16-SQ-081F.
Okay, there's a motion for approval. Do I hear a second? Okay, we'll give it to Ms. Denny's this time. She beat you out, Josh. Okay, we will continue on with discussion. Mr. Wagner, you have...
Mine are somewhat short. A lot's been said. I think it's a great choice with the architecture firm. I think when you're dealing with something like this, you don't go small. You go with the experts. This is the firm. I feel very, very good about that. Secondly, I know this discussion on money and us getting to zero, but I think when we talk about enterprise zones, you talk about the airports, you talk about the ocean centers, you talk about places where people are judging us as a community, not only as our own citizens who judge us as a government, but also visitors. So you're talking about an airport that has 66,000 people going through last month. A lot of eyes are on these certain products. It's just different, if we're getting called out for it as an investment standpoint, it's on us to educate the community, to let them know how this process works. So as we work through this, I think there's an educational aspect with it as well. But I think for the most part, the people that utilize this airport, the locals, will see this as a very positive thing. And then when we talk about luring in other airports, I can't be stressed enough that the level of the airport and then the design plays a significant part of that. And we just need to realize that we're being judged. And if you want to bring in more airlines, we need to spend the money. Something as silly as, and I'm sure you noticed when you look into the packets, go to Orlando and see everyone sprawled out all over there trying to find plugs and chargers. And you look at the chairs, they all have, each one has a plug, each one has a station. You know, those little things, by bringing a firm like this that understands technology and where it's going, it's worth the money. So it's not just the airport that I think we're talking about. I think any of these enterprise zones, just make sure that we think about where we're trying to go as a community. We have airports are difficult to lure in, but I think if we do this and we do it to the nines, this is not something you're going with the cheapest carpet. You're trying to make it a nice facility. I feel comfortable with it. The only unfortunate thing for me is I wish I could be here, you know, when it gets into the real planning of it. I think it's going to be an amazing project. Great to have you guys on. Look forward to seeing what I can in the next 5 months. Thanks.
Well, Josh, we'll let you sit right there. You can come on in. No, matter of fact, we insist you come and sit right there in the front row, just so we can. Mr. Daniels, you have comments, or?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I did have a question for Mr. Patterson about the junior league function at the airport, but I think I'll save that for another time.
Yeah, okay, thank you, sir. Good, because that would not be speaking to the motion, and I appreciate that, sir. All right. Huh, ma'am? That's the other. Okay, anyways. All those in favor of contract with Michael Baker International as the architect and engineering firm to provide the terminal renovation at the Daytona Beach International Airport, contract number 16-SQ-081F, or one, is that 1F? IF, okay. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried unanimous. We move on now. Thank you very much. All right, now, this is definitely not one of the most exciting topics we've ever had. It's actually, but it is one of the most serious.
Yes.
But this is, like I said on the radio yesterday when I was giving the briefing, it's important that we deal with this, and it's kind of a somber topic, but I shall now turn it over to you, Ms. Butler, or you want to take it, Mr.
I'll just
Deneen?
only
Okay,
an
Mr.
opening
Deneen.
comment that Ms. Butler will take you through what we believe is a necessary change in policy, and that we have to deal with the real world and some of the issues we face. Donna?
Thank you, Mr. Deneen. Donna DeMarsh Butler, Community Services Director. Before you is a policy change. We have always provided both services of indigent burial, both burial and cremation, but burial has been the primary service, with cremation only if a family member signs off. We are proposing, as is happening across the state, to move to a primary cremation, however, with some exceptions. We are under contract to provide both services, but if you took note at the last council meeting, we only had one vendor that was able and willing to provide burial services. It is becoming harder and harder to find contractors that can provide it, and when they do, it is very costly because they have to still buy a plot to put the person into, and there is a cost associated. So the new cost is over $2,000, whereas 5 years ago it was approximately $1,200. So it's jumped dramatically. So this would designate cremation as the default authorized assistance for disposition of the remains of indigent persons and other unclaimed remains. The exceptions, though, are a written directive if received from the medical examiner's office, remains that are those of a veteran that are eligible for internment within a national cemetery, remains that cannot be identified if a person has religious beliefs, or if a legally authorized person pays the difference between the cost of burial and the cost of cremation. So that's what we have before you today. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, no, Mr. Patterson.
Sorry, I don't have any questions. I just, I move approval of the resolution establishing the policy for disposition of unclaimed remains and remains of indigent persons and authorizing cremation as a primary means of disposition.
Motion for approval. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Second. I think I might have a question here. Veterans internment?
Yes, if they qualify for being buried in a national cemetery.
Okay, that's still, there is a cost to that.
But we're saying we won't cremate that individual.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Any further discussions or questions? Okay, all those in favor of resolution establishing a policy for yes, sir? You
No,
put,
Chair, right there on my mic, so I'll be on the record when I vote.
oh, okay. Oh, okay. You reached quickly. I will try this again. Okay. Item 6, all those in favor of a resolution establishing a policy for disposition of unclaimed remains and remains of indigent persons and authorized cremation as a primary means of disposition, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried unanimous. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, with that,
Thank you, Donna.
let's see, 11:30. I would like to jump ahead real quick to item number 22. Ms. Zimmerman, or is that Ms. Zimmerman? Yes,
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Zimmerman.
Yes, sir.
You have the floor, ma'am.
There was a Scrivener error made in some of the spellings of the names of a couple of people who spoke during item 2 on June 16th, and if it's council's direction to approve the minutes, we ask that it be approved subject to those revisions.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion. Okay, so moved. The motion is for acceptance of the minutes of June 16, 2016 County Council meeting with revisions. Second by Mr. Lowry. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by aye. Is that an aye over there? All those opposed? So carried unanimous. Thank you. Okay, item 22 has been cleared. 13 and 14 will be addressed at 1:55. Let's hop ahead here if we can. We'll move forward to get some of this other business handled that we can do. Nomination, appointment to the Volusia County Industrial Development Authority. Any council member may make this nomination. We have 2. Oh, there's a new one. Wayne Van Orden and Ken Sharples. How many?
Mr. Chair, I move approval of Kent Sharples.
Okay, okay, there is a, nomination, thank you. Nomination, no seconds on nominations here, thank you. Nomination for Ken Sharples as the appointment to the Volusia County Industrial Development Authority. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried. That's the only appointment on that board?
Excuse me, yes, sir.
Okay, very well. Mr. Van Orten, I'll get you on the next round. Okay. Everything else is time certain. We
Mr.
have about,
We have to go to executive session for
yes, I know, I thought,
collective bargaining.
11:30 or?
Oh, you can go anytime now.
Okay, I was gonna maybe pull a little council discussion, but we can hold our discussion.
The reason I would like to go there is it's going to be a somewhat of a lengthy discussion, I think, and then we have lunch coming so that you have time for lunch after that, before your 2 o'clock. I want to try and keep enough time to accomplish both.
Okay, so unless there is objection, we will take a recess from now, which is 11:31 a.m., until we will reconvene at 2 p.m.
1:55.
1:55. We'll be here at 1:55. That's right, 1:55 for the 2 items. So we are in recess. Good afternoon. Today's date, July 21st, 2016. This is the afternoon session of the Volusia County Council. A few items on consent we need to address first. This time, if you have a cell phone, an iPad, a computer, whatever you have that might make some noise while we're all sitting here discussing matters of the government, could you please put it on silence? Okay, let's start off with item number 13, First Amendment and renewal to the hunting lease for the Smoky Hunt Club Incorporated on the co-owned portion of Longleaf Pine Preserve known as the Vargal and Kroll Tracks. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Bailey. Well, it says Donna Butler, but I guess you're in charge here, so we'll let Bailey have it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Honorable County Council members. I'm Tim Bailey, Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. Today before you, item number 13 speaks to the renewal of the hunting lease with the Smoky Hunt Club. This would be the First Amendment. They have a 5-year lease, had a 5-year lease. This is the first renewal. It's a 5-year renewal process in 1-year increments. In this particular case, there are a couple of changes. We've recognized the Port Orange Police Department shooting range. We also restricted some hunting in the areas of the shooting range, and the rate went from $8.50 per acre to $9.16 per acre, and that was consistent with the terms of the agreement. I'm going to ask Sue to put up a slide here. In this exhibit, you'll see the areas where the hunting is not allowed. It'll also show you where the scheduled hunt area is, and what I mean by that is when we've worked it out with the city of Port Orange and the Hunt Club that when the police are engaged in their firing, there's a schedule put forth to the Hunt Club and to the county, and so there would be no hunting in those areas. There's also a change where we removed some lands from the lease, which is in the upper portion of that slide, and then we added some acres in the center part of that slide. So that really gives you an idea of some of the changes that went on here. As you know, about I guess 12 months ago or so, we had bid out hunting on another Volusia County owned preserve, Deep Creek, and the bid came back at $8.41 per acre. That lease was the awardee of that lease was with the use of not using dogs for hunting. In this particular case, this lease allows for dogs to be used for hunting for deer during general gun. The other lease that the county has is on Deep Creek, Kempcho property, and that allows for the use of dogs to hunt for deer on that as well. So I believe the core of the matter here is the use of dogs hunting for deer. Plus, I wanted to go over the hunting report. I believe you've received it yesterday. The harvest report typically goes to the city of Port Orange. They're the predominant owner of the lands. In terms of general gun, there were 31 deers harvested. 15 were buck, 16 were doe. In terms of the archery season, there were 15 deer harvested, 11 of which were buck, 4 which were doe. And then during the black powder season, 10 deers were harvested, 7 were buck, 3 were doe. Total of 56 deer were harvested last season. With that, I think there's some public participation, but I can answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll have questions here in the future. All right, we do have some public participation. And
Mr. Chair?
I heard chair. Oh, yes, Mr. Eckert.
Jamie Seaman, Deputy County Attorney. Items 13 and 14 travel together because the primary purpose of these agenda items was the change in the boundaries. The purpose of the change in the boundaries was to allow the city of Port Orange to develop a law enforcement training and shooting range. The property that was previously configured could not be developed because of the sun and the direction of the range. We have been working on this for well over a year, trying to get this corrected and to adjust it. It just so happens that the timing of the two items and the annual renewal of the hunt lease occurred at the same time, and we felt that we needed to bring them both together. But your vote on this item 13 for the amendment, the update of the lease, the renewal of the lease in the one-year term is directly tied to the legal description in the interlocal agreement.
Okay.
And so I need you all to understand these two are absolutely intertwined.
Okay.
Thank
Okay, yeah, but we're still going to vote on 13, then we'll vote on 14. We'll handle them separately. Okay. Okay. So here we go, folks. We have a little public participation disclaimer I shall read into the record. Those of you who have filled out these little yellow forms need to listen because we adhere to these rules. The Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. Please complete a public participation slip and indicate in the subject line the issue you wish to address. You may use the back if you need to. After you're recognized, state your name and address for the record before beginning your comments. You may speak up to 3 minutes during public participation. The County Council does not answer questions or requests during the public participation section. Please be courteous and respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on council members, county staff, or members of the public are not tolerated. Okay, now let's start off here. Mr. Jack Martin. And right after Mr. Martin will be Mr. Fred Peace, and then Mr. Steve Kittner. You want to come up front so you're closer? All right, Mr. Martin, please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, gentlemen, for letting me speak. My name is Jack Martin. I live at 1153 Lemon Bluff Road. That's in Osteen, Florida, Volusia County. I am on the board of directors for the Smoky Hunt Club, and quite honestly, we were a little bit blindsided by this situation. That we just heard about it an hour ago, so I'm not really prepared to make a speech on it, but I'll tell you a little bit about what I know about dog hunting, since I've been doing it all my life. Dog hunting is a sport that was done by our grandfathers, fathers, and we've passed on to our sons. It's a very humane sport, both to the dogs and to the deer. Quite honestly, it's a heck of a lot easier to kill a deer out of a tree than it is to kill a deer in front of dogs. But that's beside the point. I think the problem here is talking about our dogs getting out onto other people's property and people complaining. Dog hunting has changed considerably over the last few years, whereas we now use GPS collars and we also use electric collars. So we can stop our dogs, and this came as a real surprise to us because I don't know of any issues that we've had in the last few years with our dogs. I mean, we don't want them to get on other people's property. First of all, it's against the law for your dog to get on somebody else's property. Secondly, we don't want them to get on the highway and get killed. So, it's just an issue where we want to stop the dogs, and we do. And quite honestly, like I said, I don't really know that we've had much of a problem at all the last few years. So, we've had that club on and off for almost 30 years. We've been on that property. We've been, I think, good people to have on your property because, we're like a security. I mean, we're a 50-man security team for you guys. We don't want people on there. We protect the property just like you guys do, and but I just hope you guys will take, and ladies will take into consideration that it's a good sport, it's a safe sport, it's a fun sport, and it's, in my opinion, not harming anyone. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. All right, Fred Peace.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Fred Peace. I live at 1571 Allenson Drive in DeLand, Florida. I'm in unincorporated part of DeLand, so I'm in the county. My wife, Susie Peace, could not be here. I'm not here to speak for or against this. I'm here to state that my wife had asked for information and only got this last night. She's out of town right now. And we would like the ability for you to consider tabling this so that we could review it and give our opinions, and that's specifically all I need to speak to you about. I do have opinions, but I'm not going to share them until I know I've reviewed the reports and what's really at issue. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's actually kind of a new one. All right, Mr. Kittner, morning, or afternoon, sir.
I hope it's afternoon.
Yes, if
Stephen
not, it's
Kent-
going to be a real long day. You have the floor, sir.
Stephen Kentner, Westbush Audubon. I'm the vice chair, 2412 Oxford Road, DeLand. Well, actually, Mr. Martin would be surprised that our what we believe is that the answers that he said were available, we might never even be here before you, had those answers been included with the agenda item. Your lease requires that report be done, and lease requires that the lease requires that the lease be adjusted based on that report. Since the report was not a part of the package sent to you, nor were we able to get it until Friday last night, I still have not seen it. But Tim did provide it to us late yesterday afternoon. Our issue is that we need to have this postponed so we can look at that report, compare that to what's in the lease. Your staff also, we believe, needs to do that same thing. And Tim and I have been talking about this. We really believe in the future, when these leases come up for you, that information needs to be provided to you. That the report says this or that, the lease requires this, and they're either in compliance with that or they are not in compliance with it. We do have some concerns with the wording in the lease itself. We've looked at the last lease. We worked closely with staff on the lease for the Deep Creek property to be sure we were as comfortable as we were ever going to be with it. This lease appears to be very vague as to what's required. It is, to me, not an attorney, environmental guy, it's very unclear as to what the public rights or access to it. It talks about hunting only on certain days of the week, but it doesn't say what happens on those other days. So if I go out there on a day when they're not hunting, do I have access to the property or do I not? Could I go hiking out there? Could I do birding out there? We can on Deep Creek, but we don't know what we can do here. So we think the lease itself needs to be tightened up, and we definitely think that you need to be seeing what's in those reports before you vote on whether or not to extend the lease. And with that, that's it. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, any further public comment on this, Ms. Zimmerman? Only 3 minutes, sir.
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay. All right, very well. Then, without further public participation, we'll turn to the council. Mr. Patterson?
How many years has this group had the lease, Ms. Seaman?
5 years.
They've had it for 5 years?
They've had it for 5 years, and the lease calls for 5 one-year renewals upon agreement of all parties. So this will be the first of the 5-year renewals.
Have we had any problems with any complaints over the previous 5 years?
No, sir, and I do want to address the issue of the report. The report is actually a new requirement. The existing lease that was drafted in 2011 and was approved by the county council in 2011 did not have that requirement. I think it's something that was important to be added, and when we were working with Port Orange and the Smoky Hunt Club, we added it to the lease that you have in front of you. So when you renew it for next year, there will be a requirement for the report. But the existing lease did not have that requirement.
Okay, and this current lease is more than the one that we just
Yes, sir. We,
passed last year, correct?
correct. There was an escalator clause in this lease, and so I believe the charge per acre is a little over $9 an acre. Our previous was about $8.40 an acre when the last bid that we did that you all approved last year on the Deep Creek property.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a motion to move the First Amendment renewal to the hunting lease for Smoky Hunt Club Incorporated.
That's a motion for approval? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
A motion
for approval.
All right, motion for approval has been made for item 13, First Amendment, a renewal to the hunting lease with the Smoky Hunt Club on the co-owned land of Pine Preserve known as Vargel and Kroll Tracks. So the motion made. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Lowry is the second. We will now have discussion. Ms. Denny's?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually questioning in my opening comments too, when we were looking at consent agenda items, the harvest report. The existing contract that's up for renewal today, does that have a requirement of a harvest report?
The one that you will be approving today has added that requirement. So next year, when you evaluate it for the second of the 5-year renewals, you will have that harvest report.
Okay, so that, I guess that's what's confusing me. So it was not a requirement then, legally, it was not in the contract for requirement for today, for
Yes,
extension?
that is correct.
Okay, that's where some of the communication I was receiving from constituents, it appeared that there was something contractually missing, and that's what I was looking for. So if it's not required contractually for this extension, then I'm going to support the motion. If it was required, I wasn't going to support it. But based on this, yes, I will absolutely support it. We're good. Thank you.
Mr. Wagner?
That was what I was going to point out, is that the new lease requires a lot of things that we didn't have in the past, and
Yes, sir.
we added it, which I think is a good thing. So I'm okay with it. Thank you for clarifying that.
Mr. Daniels?
I'm sorry I'm late, but, and you've probably already been over this, but is this the issue that the cities were concerned about? And I suppose you've already talked about that, but really what's the gist of the city's concerns? And what's the resolution? Where are we on that?
I think that's part of the item 14.
Yes,
That's the firing range for the Port Orange Police Department. That's the
So-
next item.
The issue is that the lease has a boundary amendment that will then be addressed in the interlocal that you'll be approving with item 14. And that boundary amendment takes the hunting off a portion of the property and clears the way for the city to be able to build their law enforcement training facility. So there was multiple issues when we did this renewal. We needed to address some of the reporting requirements that we thought were important that we're requiring of our other leases. It amended the boundaries, and it added some additional protections that we thought were important. So when you do item 14, when you do the amendment to the interlocal, we will amend the boundaries of the property, and then Port Orange will be able to move forward.
Okay, so this doesn't have anything to do with what Port Orange or New Smyrna Beach were concerned about?
Only the boundary issue. If you don't amend the boundary to this lease, then it pretty much causes the next agenda item to be a problem.
Okay, so this solves the issue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Bailey, you gave us a harvest report, didn't you? Pretty much.
Yes.
So-
Yeah. We also, City of Port Orange got that information July 1st of last year. typically they're the lead agency on this, and so the club did comply with,
Even though they didn't have to. Is that the way we're going to get harvest reports in the future, or is it going to be written?
Well, per Jamie, on the back tails of what Jamie was saying, the next time, it's a one-year renewal, so when we bring this forward to you again, the harvest report will be attached to the
Attached.
agenda item.
Okay.
Comments will be made on the population and the health of the deer population, et cetera.
Okay. All right, cool. Yes, Mr. Daniels.
One more question for Jamie. Steve Kentner was mentioning what can you do with the property when it is not being hunted? Can you go out there and walk around?
Yes, we have trails that go throughout this property. We have bicycle trails, hiking trails. There's no restrictions. Even during general hunt season, there's no
But
restrictions.
you need to probably wear red.
Orange.
Orange. All right.
Okay.
I know that's hard for an FSU Seminole.
It's right at home for a Tennessee Volunteer, though.
All right.
That's true.
That's
true.
Oh, my gosh.
But, you know, a slack-jawed Tennessee Volunteer.
I've been asked to
Yes,
mention
please.
that there wouldn't be any activity in the well fields. Okay.
Good. All right. Mr. Deneen.
I only want to add that this is actually one of those times where I applaud Jamie, who took the older lease when it became up for renewal and actually added a lot more information in for the public and tried to adjust the boundaries and dealt with all the issues of the two cities. So what she did is, instead of allowing this to go through, she spent a lot of time adding things to it and fixing it and making sure that it actually solved a lot of problems for a lot of people, and I appreciate that hard work.
So it's a tale of two cities, huh? Okay. All right. Let's see. No further discussion. We'll move on to the First Amendment and renewal of the hunting lease with Smoky Hunt Club Incorporated on the co-owned portion of Longleaf Pine Preserve known as the Vargle and Kroll Tracks. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And so carried unanimous. Now, item 14 is amendment to interlocal agreement with the City of Port Orange on a jointly owned land known as the Vargle Conservation Area. Mr. Bailey.
Good afternoon, Chair Tim Bailey, Volusia County Parks Recreation Culture Director. Before you here, we've kind of covered a lot of territory on the previous one. On this particular agenda, the police shooting range, which is really located, actually, if you put that pictorial that we had, I could better describe this to you. On the bottom corner there, you'll see the light blue area. That's the current area for the police shooting range. And then directly adjacent to that is the skeet and trap range. And so, city, in the interest of increasing safety, the city of Port Orange staff met with the county staff to realign the police shooting range. And so what you have before you is the result of those meetings, as well as a request to extend the agreement, the interlocal agreement, for an additional 10 years.
That's it? Okay. Very well. No further staff. Is there any public participation on this matter, madam?
No, sir.
Very well. We'll close that section, open up for council discussion. Or motion. Motion for approval from Mr. Wagner. Ms. Denny beats you out. Ms. Denny is the second. Further discussion. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. So carried unanimous. We move on. Thank you very much, folks. All righty. Now we're going to move over to order of business. All right, we shall open a public hearing and staff report. Here's staff report on, it's item 26. Is that the next one up? Okay, I want to make sure I didn't lose a page somewhere. All right, item 26, open a public hearing and staff report on case S-16-043, special exception for processing, packaging, storage, retail, and wholesale sales of agricultural products not raised on the premises on prime agricultural A1 zone property. Mr. Weaver, is nobody present except you have the floor.
Scott Ashley, Growth Management, Senior Zoning Manager, Honorable Chair and Council. This is a special exception. It's a renewal of an existing special exception that's been operating since 2001, and that is to take land clearing debris and to process it to create mulch, topsoil amendment, as well as wood chips. And the applicant is requesting a renewal to continue on. The previous special exceptions put time limits on it. In this proposal, since it has been operating in accordance with the requirements of the local and state regulations that are applied to these type of facilities, staff is recommending that you approve this. This did go to our PLDRC meeting last month, and they unanimously recommended that you approve this, subject to the 5 conditions outlined in the report. And one of those is limitations from the previous 2 cases. There would no longer be a time limit on the time and the operation of the use. Be happy to address any comments or questions the council may have.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Is there any further staff reports on this matter? Okay, seeing no, we will close the staff report section. Open up the public participation. Is there any public participating today?
No, sir.
Very well, we will close the public participation and the public hearing and open up for discussion and action. Ms. Denny's, I'll give you the floor because it is your district. We're trying to do that more often.
Thank you,
What
Mr.
is your
Chair.
you got floor.
I appreciate that. I move approval, please.
Okay, there is a motion for approval. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I hear a second from Mr. Lowry. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of case S-16-043, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried. Moving on. Item 27. Now, this is a CPA-16-003 transmittal hearing of a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment of 13.91 acres from the agricultural resource designation to the rural designation, and the owners are Ralph and Alice Barlow. It must be Susan Jackson. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Susan Jackson, Senior Planning Manager, Growth and Resource Management. This is the transmittal hearing to change the future land use designation on 13.91 acres from agricultural resource to the rural designation. The agricultural resource allows 1 dwelling unit per acre density. Rural will allow 1 dwelling unit per 5 acre density. This density was found compatible with the actual development pattern of the area and with land uses found in the area. The property is located on State Road 11, about a mile north of the intersection with Spring Garden Road. This was heard by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission on June 14th. The PLDRC found the application consistent with the comprehensive plan and voted to forward the amendment to the County Council with a finding of consistency and with a recommendation of approval. The vote was 7-0. The PLDRC also recommends that the Council approve a refund of all application fees paid by the applicant. So a motion to approve will transmit the application to the Department of Economic Opportunity for expedited state review and will authorize the refund of the application fees. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have further staff report. Deputy County Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie Seaman, Deputy County Attorney. This case, this comprehensive plan amendment and the accompanying zoning case arose out of some mapping issues that we had that Mr. Panton and I investigated after an inquiry by the property owner. A number of years ago, he had come in and asked for some line adjustments, and the documents that were provided to him, the maps that were attached to the letter telling him where the lines would be, was not actually what happened. For whatever reason, the actual comprehensive plan was not drawn the same. and consequently, he was put in a position where he had to come in for this request for the comprehensive plan amendment and the rezoning. Based on that, the staff has no objection and would encourage council to refund the application fee on this item and on the accompanying rezoning that you'll hear next.
Okay, is there any other staff report on this matter? Okay, none. We will move to public participation. Is there any public participation on this matter, Ms. Zimmerman?
No, sir.
Very well. We will close the public participation and the public hearing and open up council discussion. Mr. Patterson.
Did I hear it was two motions or one motion?
One motion, the motion to approve will include waiving the fees.
Mr. Chair, I move to transmittal hearing for a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment of 13.91 acres from agricultural resource designation to the rural designation. This involves case CPA-16-003.
So there's a motion for approval. Do I hear a second? Second by Ms. Kuzak. Thank you, ma'am. Further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion. All those in favor of case CPA-16-003 transmittal hearing for large-scale comprehensive and plan amendment, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried, so done. Now we move on to item number 28, which is case Z, open up order business in a public hearing, case Z-16-047, rezoning 13.91 acres from prime agricultural to transitional agricultural. And Ralph and Alice Bartow are the owners. And Ms. Susan Jackson, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. Susan Jackson, Planning and Development Services. This is the companion rezoning application to the future land use amendment application that you just heard, and it is subject to approval of that future land use amendment. Again, it is the 13.91 acres, amending the zoning from A1 prime agriculture to A4 transitional agriculture. The A1 requires a 10-acre lot size. The A4 will require a 2.5-acre lot size. It is compatible with the development patterns in the area and zoning in the area as well. The PLDRC heard this item on at their June 14th meeting, and they voted to forward the request to the County Council with a recommendation of approval. In addition, the PLDRC recommended the council approve a refund of all application fees. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Is there any other staff report on this? Okay. Very well, we will close the staff report section and open up the public participation. Is there any public participating today, Ms. Zimmerman?
No, sir.
Very well, we will close public participation and the public hearing, open up council discussion. And back to you, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of case Z-16-047, rezoning of 13.91 acres from prime agriculture classification to the transitional agricultural A4 classification.
Okay, I have a motion for approval. Do I hear a second? Okay, Ms. Denny's is the second. Okay, further discussion. Okay. So, all those in favor of case Z-16-047, rezoning of 13.91 acres from prime agricultural classification to transitional agriculture classification, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried unanimous. We move on now. Congratulations, and you have a great day. Okay. Sir? Oh, doing our job, sir. All right, now we will move to item, do we really want to talk about 29 today? You sure, Glenn? All right, we're going to open up a public hearing with case CPA-16-002, transmittal hearing of a large-scale amendment to the comprehensive plan. And this is figure 2-10, Farmington Transportation Spine Network map. Hi, Ms. Jackson.
Hello. Susan Jackson, Planning and Development Services. Miami Corporation has applied for an amendment to the Farmington Local Plan, Figure 2-10. That is the Spine Transportation Network map. On the graphic before you, the amendment is simply to clarify the future alignment of the intersection of Osteen-Maytown Road with State Road 415. As you can see on the existing map, the highlighted circle is large and it includes the potential intersections of both Enterprise Osteen Road and Doyle Road. The request is to amend that circle to tighten it up and move it a little bit northward to only contemplate an intersection alignment with Doyle Road. The staff report that you have been provided does contain several policies that support the improvements that will be made to Maytown Road, providing for direct access to 415 and requiring environmental sensitivity. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission heard this on June 14th. They voted to find this amendment consistent with a comprehensive plan and forward to the County Council with a recommendation of approval. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, Mr. Storch is here with a presentation from the applicant.
Sit down, Mr. Storch. Is there any other? I don't have it. It means nothing if it's not here. I'm making him follow the rules. Sure you really want to do this? Oh, he cut his hair, and Deb says she didn't even recognize you.
I cut my hair, I did all this stuff.
You got a tan, new glasses. Is there any other staff report for this matter?
No, sir.
Very well. Then we will close the staff reporting section of this. And as much as it pains me, we have to open up the public participation. Is there any public here to participate? Ms. Zimmerman.
I don't know if there's public. Isn't he the attorney for?
He would be the attorney of the public, of the record.
I fill out the yellow form out of an abundance of caution, just in case somebody says I shouldn't do that, so.
Yes, well.
Anyway.
To err is human, to forgive
There you go.
somebody else.
For the record, my name is Glenn Storch, and I do have a quick presentation. Yeah,
How
there it
long?
is.
You only have 3 minutes.
It's easy. The key issue here, by the way, I should point out, is that if you recall, when we did the Farmington Local Plan, and it was almost, it was 5-6 years ago at least.
That's when you started it. We didn't finish it until 3 years ago.
We started it years ago, you're right. So, but bottom line is, this is something that we were supposed to look at, which is how Maytown connects to 415. And so we've spent a lot of time now looking at it. We've been in consultation with DOT, in consultation with Deltona, and we looked at a number of places. You'll see the large circle before, which was looking at the Enterprise Road as a possibility. Y'all put a major bike trail across there, so that sort of stopped that. We were looking at, let's see how we turn this. How do I move this?
Y'all. Can we turn his microphone up a little bit? We're straining.
I'll get closer. How's that? Better?
Is that table all the way up? The button's on the far right.
Technology. Yes.
You know this guy gets paid by the hour, don't you?
Yeah, but you know what? We're not paying him.
I'm okay bending over. So here's the thing. No. Right now, we're looking at this. This is how Maytown Road goes in. As you see, it doesn't even go all the way to 415. It goes to something called New Smyrna Road, where you have to turn right and then get on this line. Every traffic consultant we've talked to, every traffic engineer we've talked to, has indicated this is unsafe. Coming in at that corner is unsafe. It's also a banked corner. Maytown is a bad location. On top of that, Maytown also forces us to go through the old Osteen community, and that seemed like a bad idea as well. And we've had communications with representatives from the Osteen community. Instead, we've also looked at other issues. We've looked at the idea of Howland, and all the traffic engineers said if you did it to Howland, people would still go to the south. They'd end up using Maytown because they're not going to go all the way north and then go south. And so everyone seemed to agree that Doyle was the logical choice as far as how to connect. And so we've now focused and narrowed our comp plan to reveal that a Doyle Road extension to Maytown is the best possible choice. This will also allow Doyle to extend around old Osteen and then back to the Maytown right-of-way as it is right now. What we anticipate eventually, this also will assist in creating a major east-west corridor. Right now, the closest major east-west corridor is State Road 44. Then it goes down to 46. During the hurricane evacuations, 46 was knocked out. People had to go down to 50 to get out of the coast. So this will create a major east-west corridor. As you know, the Maytown interchange is in the TPO schedule for 2040. This will allow for a straight shot now from the Interstate 95 interchange all the way to an Interstate I-4 interchange without having to make that unsafe connection. So that's the idea. We're just planning for the future. And all of a sudden, you know, we were looking at this years ago, and this was years in the future. Now it's 10 years in the future, potentially. And 10 years is a short period of time to plan road systems. So what we're trying to do is to narrow this and make sure that everyone's on board with the idea that this is a logical road system that we're dealing with. And we have staff recommendation, we have unanimous planning board recommendation I was very proud of. And so hopefully this is a logical thing to transmit. Thank you.
And you actually did it with only a minute and a half over 3 minutes. You did it pretty good, Glenn. We're teaching you. Okay, is there any other public participation?
No, sir.
Very well. We will close the public participation section and open up the council discussion and go to District 5. Mr. Lowry.
Thank you. I live in that area, and I use that road, and that is extremely dangerous getting in and out there, especially turning when you're going, I guess it would be north, coming out of there. It's really, really tough. With that, I'd like to move approval for CPA-16-002 transmittal hearing for large-scale amendment to the comprehensive plan figure 2-10 Farmington Transportation Spine Network map.
Okay. Mr. Wagner is the second. Do you still wish to speak, sir?
I turned over to Joyce and asked her if she was here when Farmington came through. I think I'm the only one, right? There's no one here. How's this possible?
You're getting old. I'm sorry, mature.
Yeah, and we're figuring.
No, I mean, no one's here. You guys were here.
Yeah, and we're trying to get rid of you here pretty soon. I'm just teasing.
Just a faded memory.
But the best part to me is, and I was telling this to somebody today, but we have put over 45,000 acres in conservation.
Yeah, that was
as we're
me.
working together on this, and I'm very proud of this.
Yeah.
Josh?
I was going to point out, we worked hard on Farmington to really work out a good plan. It's nice to see that even when the small things came up, it was always a packed room. So
Tell you what, you can, here's the beauty of, especially if you're on our side, where we, if we're lucky, outlive elected officials.
We're
I said
trying.
lucky. I said outluck. I said lucky.
You know,
Whoa.
strike that from the record.
Now, that word
That almost
mature
sounded
you
like a
used.
threat here.
I think your contract could mature too.
I know. That's why I said lucky. Did you notice? I didn't make an assumption. But what I was going to point out is, because I really do think this is an interesting moment. You remember how that went?
now I do well.
Now you see, this is the result you see if you see it over a long time. This is what happens when you do the right thing and it goes through, and all of a sudden, everybody has figured out now it was the right thing. So sometimes a little courage at the time ends up, you don't have people here because there was no legitimate reason to be here arguing, and it was the right thing. So it really is worthwhile seeing that we're moving forward and there's nobody complaining.
Well, I will tell you this. A couple of days ago, and they will remain nameless, came to me and said, you, Miami Corporation, and that Mr. Glenn Storch guy, you were taking a bubble and you were removing some of our conservation land and you were going to change it to here and there. And I says, no, you need to look at that. No, that's what's going on. I said, I got the paperwork. Matter of fact, I got it in my car. Would you like to see it? No, I know what's going on. No, you don't know what's going on, apparently. And I won't tell you who that was, but I'll give you 3 guesses, and the first 2 don't count. Moving on anyways. So we have a motion for approval and a second by Mr. Wagner. Any further discussion from the county council? Seeing none, all those in favor of CPA-16-002 transmittal hearing of a large-scale amendment to the comprehensive map for the Farmington Spine Network map, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried.
This gets you back on the plane flight to Hawaii. One way.
Well, my wife way.
I think Deb and I are just wondering what Jim Deneen knows that we don't know.
Yeah, really, I'm kind of. Oh, okay. Item number 30 is the case Z 16-048, rezoning of a mobile home classification to a mobile home park and recreational park, MH2. And Mr. Corey D. Brown Esquire are you the owner? Oh, he's not here.
No, the owner is Mr. Shaw. I'm representing the owner.
Oh, I thought Mr. Shaw was here. Are you here? Oh, there you are. Hi, Mr. Shaw. I thought you were here. Okay. I guess we'll let Mr. Scott Ashley speak.
Yeah, Scott
Go
Ashley,
for it.
Growth Resource Management. This is a rezoning. If you see on your screen is location map, which is on page 30-13 of your package. The subject property is an enclave area between the city of South Daytona and Port Orange. It is currently zoned as a mobile home park. It is the Shady Village Mobile Home Park, MH1. Portion of the property is vacant, as shown on the aerial that's on the screen, which is page 30-14 of the package. The applicant is proposing rezoning to allow RVs in addition to the ability to have mobile homes on the subject property. And we've gone through the public hearing process of June 14th. The PLRC recommended to forward this case with the recommendation of approval to you, 7-0, and staff are here to address any questions or comments.
Okay, very well. Thank you, sir. No further staff reporting on this matter? Ms. Jackson? Nope. Okay. You're the only other staff, Mr. Pam? I know that's, okay. All right, we'll close the the staff report section of the public hearing. Open up public participation. Is there any public participation?
No, sir, but there is the attorney here for the applicant.
There is that attorney guy, huh? Mr. Storch, I'll call you the public today.
It's fine with me.
You are the public. You have 3 minutes, sir. Please state your name and your address for the record.
My name is Glenn Storch, and I represent the applicant, Mr. Shaw, in this case. And I want to leave this map up because that shows everything in this case. You can see that this is literally almost surrounded by mobile homes. There could be no better place for this location than we can possibly imagine. This will also allow us to complete a traffic loop. You see how those two roads come in, sort of H patterns? There will be then a loop that comes around that provides for the area that will allow for the RV park area as part of this mobile home park itself. It will allow us to upgrade the entire park. This is something that it has city water and sewer, so it just seemed like a perfect location for this. And it's right off Nova Road. It's not too far from my office. As you saw, we have a staff recommendation of approval and unanimous recommendation of approval from the planning board. And obviously, I'm here, and Mr. Shaw, and is here to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. And we will now close the public participation section and open up the council discussion. This does go also to Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think it's notable, not just that it passed 7-0 out of PLDRC. There was no additional recommendations or changes or requests for approval. So with that, I do move approval of case Z16-048, rezoning from mobile home park classification MH1 to mobile home park and recreational vehicle park MH2 classification.
Okay, and do I hear a second for that? Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Is there you still have the floor, ma'am? Do you wish the floor?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Any other discussion on this matter? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of case Z16-048, rezoning of a mobile home park classification to mobile home park and recreational vehicle park classification, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried 7-0. Thank you. Have a great time there, sir. Alrighty, is there any further business that needs to come before this council this afternoon, Ms. Zimmerman?
No agenda items.
Very well. So now we will move on. Do we have any public participation?
Sure.
Okay, no public participation. We will now go to council matters not on the agenda. Mr. Daniels, do you have any closing comments? You have the floor.
Okay. No, I'm ready. All right, I went over to the East Central Florida Planning Council meeting yesterday, and a couple things is that, I wanted to bring out so that everybody would be aware of it. And that is, they have mapped all the outfalls in Indian River Lagoon and Mosquito Lagoon, which should be a big help to us in our reasonable assurance plan. It seems that if you're going to have a reasonable assurance plan, that you have to know what the outfalls are, and you have to know what the flow out of those outfalls are. So I do think that we should bring them in and make them part of all of this. They're very interested in Indian River Lagoon and Mosquito Lagoon, and I think they could be a big help to us in the future, and we should probably use that group as much as we possibly can to get them to do things for our benefit. The other thing they seem to be getting into, they're beginning to get into it, and that is the question of sea level rise and what that is going to do. And that will be really pretty interesting, because what we will have before, we will have, of course, the outskirts of DeLand being the coast of Florida. Long before that, what we will have is increased flooding over on the East Coast. Places like Port Orange is going to be flooding up to the railroad track, just going to happen. And if you look at Daytona, it's probably going to be flooding up to Ridgewood Avenue with some regularity, and we might as well just begin to take a look at that and get some idea as to when that will start occurring and what we're going to do about it. It's good to have them. It's good to have them, taking a look at that kind of thing and starting the discussion on it. There's other counties that are a bit further along than we are, but there's a $20,000 grant they have from DEP to start this study in Volusia County. So they'll be doing a study for us here, in the next year or so. Let's see. The Mosquito Lagoon, of course, is really becoming quite a mess. We really do need to get with our reasonable assurance plan and maybe kick it up a notch or two. Begin to take it very seriously, and assign people to it, particularly assign environmental people. We've got a lot of public works people, but DEP, those guys are primarily environmental, and that's really what they're going to want to hear. Somebody that kind of talks their language to be able to communicate with them. And one of the things that I would like for them to take a look at is, we talk about outfalls. Probably the biggest outfall we got is Haulover Canal. If somebody had not dug Haulover Canal for the Intercoastal Waterway, we probably wouldn't be having this discussion right now. So it would be interesting to see what comes up Haulover Canal as opposed to what comes from other sources of pollution in the lagoon. And it's one of those things I really think we ought to look at, and I do think the East Florida Regional Planning Council is willing to help and will help and lend a great deal of help. The other thing I talked to them about, and I know that you guys are probably tired of hearing about this, and that is the local option sales tax for roads, which I think we do need. And they've got some sort of mapping system. They're working with our TPO to look at the roads in Volusia County and map those that are failing and map those that are in bad condition. And they can use DOT's database to do it, but they can do studies that go beyond that. And if we were to have that kind of mapping system and then move it on to what roads do we really need for economic development, then what we could do is come up with a map that creates a compelling case for the local option sales tax. And that's what we really need, you know, some sort of visual representation, something that you can show people and say, look, this is what we're going to do. These are the roads that are in trouble. These are the roads we're going to fix. These are the roads that are going to create some sort of economic development. So they're the ones that we're going to build. And it might not be in your neighborhood, but it doesn't matter. You're going to benefit. You're going to benefit tremendously from that. So since they are in a position to do this sort of work and to get grants to do it, I think we ought to use them and probably use them more heavily than we have in the past. Thank you.
Just 2 quick comments on that. We do and will continue to work more with them. We have a very robust mapping system ourselves that we're doing exactly the same thing you're talking about. So
Very good.
Rather than, we'll see if there's opportunities to work together with them. And we're producing some of those same maps. The other comment there on, I was alerted to the fact about the need for environmental input along with our public works input on the reasonable assurance plan, and I've asked Ginger Adair to work with Judy, and we're going to have we're teaming up a little bit more as we start fleshing that out. So that's working now, and I'll look with great interest on the maps of the outfalls. That's definitely part of what and I'll find out what we have on that. But
Okay.
all good stuff.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay, very well. Ms. Denny's. Mr. Lowry.
I have a couple quick things. One is I just want to let y'all know I've been trying to reach out to DeBerry in regard to the Sunrail station. I've talked with the mayor and vice mayor over the past several months. I was hoping to get there July, but I didn't make it, didn't get an invite, so hopefully we'll shoot for August. And then also I have a request. I know a lot more things go on over on the east side as far as sponsorships and so forth, but occasionally we have a really good event over on our west side that is a good cause. The Rotary Club over on my area, DeBerry, Deltona, Orange City, is having a fundraiser November 11th, and the fundraiser is called Hops and Vine. It goes to scholarships for Daytona State College, also helps some of the local charities over there, children's families and so forth, and I would like to ask if we could possibly do a sponsorship of $1,500 for that, and just want to see what y'all think. You want me to just make as a motion? Or I just was going to see what everybody thought.
Well, you got to actually ask before you can make a motion.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Make the
Well, I'll make that a motion.
Hey, then
and
make it a motion. I guess you got the answer. Yes,
There you
I'll
go.
second it if you do, so go ahead.
For $1,500 for sponsorship for
All right.
the event.
Okay, there's a motion for $1,500 expenditure for a benefit. What's the name of the benefit again?
Hops and Vine.
Hops and Vine.
And Rotary Club over.
And the motion made by Mr. Lowry, and a second has been picked up by Ms. Kuzak. She beat you to it there, Mr. Wagner. All right, is there any further discussion on this matter? Okay, all those in favor of a $1,500 donation or $1,500 sponsorship for the Hops and Vine, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? So carried. We'll say 7-0. What else you got, Mr. Lowry?
That's it, I'm done.
Mr. Patterson, you got something for us today?
Just a couple of updates. You know, at the last council meeting, I talked about the internal email that went out about Sunrail, about the new executive director of Sunrail, and my concern that there was a lot of talk in that email about Sunrail to the airport and Sunrail to Phase 2 South, but no mention of Phase 2 North.
Of course.
In the conversations with Mr. Eckert and Mr. Deneem, put together a letter that basically, I think all of you got it. I don't know if everybody got that copy of that letter. I have not heard a response back yet from Secretary Boxall, so I'm still waiting by my mailbox. So that, I just wanted to give you an update on that. I went to St. Pete Beach for a Floridians for Better Transportation. It's a nice little event. They do a lot about transportation. I kind of thought maybe it wouldn't be that exciting getting around a bunch of civil engineers and other types of engineers and road builders and other people like that, but it was fascinating. A lot about transportation and driverless cars. I heard some interesting facts about what's happening with the driverless cars. I don't think they'll work in this area. They'd work better in areas where the maximum speed limit's 30 miles per hour at this point, but it was good. One of the other parts of the meeting was a meeting of the Florida Transportation Commission, and they got on, but legislation was created several years ago to have them monitor the various transit authorities throughout the state of Florida. Believe it or not, there are 13 different transit authorities, and they're all monitored. There's like 12 performance levels. And I was amazed. There's one, it's called a transit authority, but for 6 counties, starting in Nassau down to Putnam County and over to St. John's. They aren't doing very well, and when they were questioned about what type of transit they had, they said, well, we're trying to set up a bus line, but they haven't got there yet. So it goes, why they were created or why they're spending money over there kind of blew me away. One of the reports was done by the Central Florida Regional Transportation Authority, which is LINCS. And they're doing much better. They have a new executive director. And this past year, they met only 6 of the 12 performance measures, which, as their executive director said, at least it's better than last year. We only met 5. This is the same outfit that is being rumored to take over Sunrail. This is a concern, so I just wanted to put that out there for y'all to know about. And that's the update.
Okay, very well. See any other discussion on that? Mr. Wagner?
Mine's short. We got an email, or at least one of mine is emailed about Missing Children's Day. It is not a local organization asking for it statewide, so I had to bring it up at the meeting. We can't just do it. It's one of the ones we all agree on. Just asking for permission for us to put it on as a proclamation. Did everyone get that email? It's a state organization. It's not a big deal.
Say that again, Josh, which organization was
It's
it?
Florida Missing Children's Day. It's
No, I
part
s-
of a state-funded, I guess it's a 501c3 that's required by state law. And they're trying to bring attention to September 12th, 2016 as
They just want a proclamation, right?
But
Yeah, we
no
should
money
do it.
attached,
Yeah,
nothing.
we should do it.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Do it.
I have no objection to it.
Now, what will happen is they'll draw it up. We'll put it on the next agenda. It'll be on the consent agenda.
Okay.
I'll
Is it-
email it to right now.
Okay, is there any objection to this proclamation from anybody on the
It'll
council?
be on the agenda, so.
Well, I'm just
We'll get it.
clarifying. Okay, so be it. We'll do it. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Very well. Ms. Cusack. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to mention the fact that we had the Spring Hill CRA meeting on last Monday, and their council have passed the proposal for extending the CRA to include the Walmart on the south end of Woodland, and there's some other areas. So we're waiting now for our staff to let us know when it will come before us to increase that CRA taxing area. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Okay, my turn. I got nothing. Mr. Deneen, do you have any closing comments? Okay, we'll move on. He always has something to say. What can I say? What can you say when you've said it all before?
Do you want my information?
Sure, go ahead.
You'll be glad you got this. Next meeting, watch, I'll get a big smile from Ms. Denny's. Next meeting, if it's okay with the council. Go ahead. No, it's kind of your thunder, but we both, it's our thunder. okay? Next meeting, if it's okay with the council, we'd like to have the sheriff come in, and I think for the sake of the public, and to update you, go over what he's doing with the cameras, how they're gonna work, how many people he has, what his process is. There's been a lot of stuff in the paper about them, being hesitant and that, we had to go through the union to make this work. And we finally just said, okay, we're ready. We negotiated as far as we're going to, and we implemented. We need to talk about how that's going to work. And I think what we want to do, I think Ms. Standish is right. It's a way to assure people of what the county's doing when it comes to this issue. So if it's okay with the council, I'm going to put him on. Okay?
Any objections?
No, and council members, I don't know if you've had any questions from citizens, but I have recently, and it kind of goes like this. So what happens if there's an event in Volusia County? Are we ready for it? And I thought about it the first time I heard it, and I thought, well, then I heard it again. I was asked again, just in general discussion, and I thought, not only are we ready, we're really, with our unified emergency operations system and how we're coordinated and connected with our cities and the radio, I think this would bolster the confidence our citizens have if, God forbid, such a situation should arise in Volusia County. I know I can confidently say, yes, Volusia County is prepared and ready, but I think we need to just present publicly exactly how prepared we are and why my confidence and your confidence level is so high.
We can do that. That's a little bit, that's a little different, little added twist to what we were going to do. But that's really good because, quite frankly, we are emergency management. We have a very sophisticated system, better than most. And, and all the things that you do, like the radio system that we're going to buy and everything, it's all part of, it's one of those things. When it happens, put it this way, we'll be as prepared as you can be.
Yeah.
You never know in today's world. But the fact of the matter is, and I think the citizens count on us to do this, we're supposed to be using their money to be ready, and I think they'd be proud of what we have done, so we'll present that too. Next is Donna will be giving you your copy of the budget, which has the full budget in it, my budget message, and our whole thing, but go to zero. So that they'll distribute that right now. I've been asked, so you can watch for this in the paper. I've been asked to come to the editorial board. They were very interested in the long process over a number of years with this council and previous councils to get us in a position when the economy got a little better to go to zero. They're very curious about how we could actually budget that way, considering all the issues that we had. I think it is a story worth telling, and they do too. So I've been asked to go down and talk to them about that. We're getting prepared for that. And then last but not least, can you put this up? Somebody put this up on this, and which one do I want? Where's the other one? Here it is. Put these two up here. Put the larger one up first, George, would you? The big piece, but both pieces are large pieces. Okay, if you look at this, and especially, I'm not sure, and I need some assistance from the council on this one, especially after what happened last night. I've gotten a request from the manager's office. The original request to me was a request of wanting to annex to the city of Daytona Beach the property they owned on the south side of 92. This is where they talked about putting that temporary facility, okay? That's what I thought the original request was, and I was a little concerned myself about if they were continuous or contiguous. What I received was a request. If you can see here, it shows acreage that we own, which is 480 acres. You can see that this piece here that the city of Daytona Beach owns is 628 acres. Put up the next slide, would you? Okay, I will. So now, what you have, let me do this here in black, is this is our piece, and now I'm being asked to annex unincorporated property to the city of Daytona Beach to this little piece of about 20 acres of city of Daytona property. Now, this is for this idea, I guess, of the tent village or whatever they're going to build. Oh, well, a couple things concern me. One, I'm not even going to refer to it, the comment made last night about us leaping stuff onto them. I have a concern that now it's really us being asked to annex our unincorporated property to the city of Daytona Beach. But I thought it was their property, but it's our property to get to their property, fine, but it's only a tiny piece of their property. So the council has to decide, are we interested in this? The other thing is, which now really concerned me after last night, was that I would think that if we're even going to consider this, it ought to come from the council and not from the manager's office.
That's exactly where I was going. This is just like Feed the Birds and Daytona Beach Shores. Is this coming from one council member or the entire commission? Whether it's birds or annexation, we work with entire commissions.
Well, that's interesting. That's a good way to phrase it. So this is another Feed the Birds.
Yeah, and my question is, what is the benefit of us incorporating that piece of property
Well,
into
now,
Daytona?
I will be honest with you. If they were going to do this village, the fact that it's in the city of Daytona Beach, if they have issues, belongs, which I think it would, under their police department, not under the sheriff. That is a big deal. But there's a difference of 480 acres to get 20 in. Now, I'd rather than make a decision on whether we'd even entertain this, my larger concern, honestly, it's sort of like to Feed the Birds, is that I now think I have to respond, but I think in this case, especially after what transpired last night, that we'd be better off seeing if the city formally is putting this before us, and maybe they could explain more what they want to do.
Yeah, I'd like to see a city council. Mr. Daniels, your light is on, sir. You have to have the light out.
There we go. Indeed it is. The couple of things, the city of Daytona Beach and its zoning, where it doesn't have any provision for social service, how is it going to work with Stuart Marchman being out there? How's that going to work? I mean, and the city of Daytona Beach has this tendency to come out with that kind of zoning, and it may not work for us with the facilities we have out there in the future. We may all be non-conforming uses. That's one thing. And the other thing is, if you could work that out with some sort of interlocal agreement, if they could maybe find somebody at the city you could talk to and it would be reasonable about zoning, then if they're going to be allowed to annex this, why don't we get them to annex all the enclaves in the city of Daytona Beach at the same time? And let's just get rid of the enclaves.
Good point.
And, with any city that wants to annex anything, any of them, Ormond, any of them, okay, you can have that, but we want you to annex all those enclaves. We're tired of all that stuff.
Clear up the map.
How about just annex the roads?
I'd say the whole thing. The absolutely, we've got no business. We've got so many enclaves in so many cities. We need to get rid of them.
Well, I think my decision to ask you was a wise one, because this is what I needed to hear. So I assume that the response back is, well, I won't assume that. I need to know what the response back is. The response back just bring it from your council?
Well, we got really nothing to look at right now.
Okay.
You'd have to get something from the council and what they intend to do, and then it would be a matter of what are you going to do? Are you going to outlaw the jail, or are you going to outlaw Stuart Marchman? What is it you plan to do? And then that would be part of it, and the other part of it is get rid of the enclaves.
That's not a bad strategy for anything that people want to annex. I'm serious. I like that idea of saying, in the future, even if we're going to agree, do we make a deal that you also pick up some of the other enclaves and maybe some of the roads?
Indeed.
And maybe that ought to be. I don't mean just Daytona Beach. I mean other places.
Oh, I mean every city. I'm not picking on Daytona. I mean
that's a good idea.
We've
Honestly,
got
that's a good
enclaves
idea.
all over the place, and Ormond is one of the wealthier cities in the county. But if you look at Ormond, there's enclaves all over,
Right.
and they really do need to be cleaned up. Thank you.
Okay, I think I've heard, so I don't want to I'll paraphrase, so to speak, Mr. Daniels. From your perspective, that we send it back saying we need to really know formally from their council what they want to do, for what purpose, and what caveats. And then from there, we can proceed, if we want to try to make a deal.
I'm with you.
Okay.
Sounds good to me. Ms. Denny, your light's on too.
No, I agree with that recommendation, but again, going forward, especially sensitive, is this, it's like nailing jello to a wall. It just keeps moving on this issue. So unless and until we have something formal from one commission to ours, we
Okay.
have nothing. We can't react to, oh, by the way, conversations. We're not going to finish anything at this kind level of communication.
All right.
And it's easier to glue Jello to the wall. It holds better. Mr. Eckert?
Well, to Mr. Daniels' point, at least in part, the map that was first put up appears to show that the request to annex county property would itself leave an enclave, if not
Correct.
two. So that's the point. To his overall point, that we need a clarification.
I like that.
And perhaps some kind of planning agreement that's well taken.
What's that little square thing with the little ear on it up there in the top? Right there. Yeah, that one. What is that?
That is our fire training center.
And it's not in the county?
I don't know why they have it.
We don't know that.
It might
mean,
be some of the vacant land next to it.
This is
too. I
all
can't-
county property here. Why is that?
I don't know why it's left out, but my point is that we'll need clarification of their request.
Yeah, okay. All right,
But
and-
this other idea Mr. Daniels came up with, I'm talking about as a policy, is probably
I'm liking it.
something we've never talked about. That's probably a really good idea, is that we don't do anything anymore without some kind of strategy where it makes sense to pick up roads or pick up enclaves.
Well, it really
you know?
it makes us incredibly inefficient trying
Absolutely.
to
Absolutely.
handle those enclaves in the middle of cities. It's just crazy.
Absolutely. It's an ongoing inefficiency that I think citizens don't deserve.
And
Okay.
Mr. Wagner, you have comment on this? You've been very patient.
Yes, in my days, I've matured as a council member. the old Josh would have some very
You are the old Josh.
strong words to something that was said last night.
Oh. Well,
I'm
well,
just gonna
well
put on
the
the
old Jim does, but I'll keep it to myself.
It's this simple. But the act of doing nothing is not on the county. I think we've done our part to consistently, very consistently said we're here, we want to help. The example is Hope Place.
Yeah.
The example is this is how it can be done. We spent capital. It's a great project. It's moving forward. The lack of action by someone does not mean, and I'm not calling the city council out, because I didn't hear comments that bothered me as much, but I don't see how anything we've done has hurt a city rather than them themselves not being able to put forth something for us to sign. I mean, it's one of those situations, it's help us help you. You know, we want to help, but we've gotten nothing. And it's just doesn't make sense to me how, again, we're in the blamed. I've never in 8 years been blamed for wanting to give someone $4 million. I've never been blamed. I mean, that is the most interesting blame I've ever received. So I don't know what else we can do. I want to help. It's going to be catastrophic again in a week. There will either be people at one of the county buildings. They will be at the courthouse. They will figure out a way to get to the post office. There's going to be they're going to go somewhere. And I think decisions are going to have to be made in the city that you're gonna have to piss off some of the residents in a short term to find a solution to get to the long term. Which ones do you piss off?
I will,
don't
I
know.
will
It's not
tell
my
you,
decision.
I will tell you that I think that DeLand thought, and I know the comments I got back from them, was that we were very clear. They thought it was very reasonable that if they want to do something, they'll put together a formal plan that would sign an agreement if they want to do something, clearly just capital on our part. And I haven't gotten anything back from them, but let me put it this way. I talked to their manager, and he couldn't have been clearer about, we understand where the county's coming from, and that we'll do our due diligence, and if we believe that we can use your help, we'll ask you. But it wasn't like, give us any more, no operating costs, none of that stuff. And so they're working, I understand, on a business plan for a facility, and they don't, here's what I've been told, they have no intention of coming forward without having a plan, meet all the requirements that we said, so that they could sign an agreement if they're interested. So what I'm saying is, I think we did get the message out there.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll end on that. I don't want to. It's not that I'm pointing fingers because the media can.
Yeah, you are.
Sometimes it goes back and forth, but it's again, we're here to help. Just give us something. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
We were the first ones at the table.
Yeah, we were.
With land and the
right.
money.
Right.
So we didn't.
We're the bad guy for wanting to give land.
Didn't
and
come
$4 million.
empty-handed. All we said is, we're going to build it, they'll come, you take care of the day-to-day. And when they couldn't take care of the day-to-day, that's when we became the bad guy.
And here's a killer, is we never asked the city to take care of it day to day. We actually, there was even on the table, nonprofits come in and do it.
Whatever they can.
I mean,
Anyway,
whatever you could, but yeah,
that
I
give-
did warn, I
that
remember, I
give-
just want to put this on the record. I warned you at lunchtime today that in 8 days, we better have a plan together, because that same scenario, I have a feeling.
It ain't us.
But they're going to come onto our land again like they did the last time.
That was, no, they were on city property.
They were
That's your issue. They were on city property. That's
Okay,
that
sidewalks
sidewalk
on the
is
city, but don't come into county.
Right, that's
Okay.
different. On our property is different. We have a plan for that. Bottom line, though, thank you. I'm glad I brought it up. I thought I really did need some guidance. I appreciate that. That's all I have.
Mr. Eckert, do you have any great words of legal wisdom for us this evening before we part?
Nothing, sir.
Okay. With all that said, just a reminder, everybody, tomorrow morning, 0900 hours, that's 9 o'clock a.m. for all of you civilian-minded people. We will be doing the groundbreaking over there for the Halifax Emergency Room, right there on the corner of 472 and I-4. And Mike, you'll be there. If anybody would like to be there, please be there. It's a great show of force, and we'll make sure everybody gets a shovel. You didn't know about that, Jim? Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'll be over there, so. All right, any other closing comments from staff, citizens? Very well, when our next meeting is?
August 4th,
August 4th. Why is that day? I don't know.
because
Okay.
it's a meeting. Because it's a meeting.
That's right, it's a meeting. That's it. With that, we will, unless there is objection, we will be adjourned until August 4th. We are adjourned.